So,
Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 605. Hopefully, you guys have had a great day. I know I have. Got a great guest for you tonight. We got a sneak peek with him a little bit during the Blind Cat 420 episode, but now we get our spotlight one-on-one. EgoreBWM, hopefully I said that correctly. You want to tell us how you're doing and where we can find you?
I'm doing wonderful. I've had a great day. You can find me on Igor Figures It Out on YouTube, which has an exclamation for right now. We're going to be taking that out and shortening that up because I realize that's probably a bit lengthy to type in. The channel is going to be dedicated to just some projects, figuring out things, your DIYs that you don't necessarily get a lot of information on. I also have BWM Igor, which stands for Backwoods Mafia, which is kind of our coalition of people that we have on our team on the mountain doing these projects. And those two are just starting out. I don't have a lot of videos or content yet. I'm going to be working on editing and setting up my computer here this week and getting some more content out there.
One thing right off the bat that I liked about your IG there is your woodworker. That's for sure. Another thing I'm pretty passionate about, or at least was very serious about at one point, but still has a place in my heart. So hopefully we'll be able to touch base on that a little bit at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably get into more about what we do a little later on here. I did want to start off though with that shout out that I had for my buddy Blind Cat 420. Like I said earlier, without him, we wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be here today. He's a great guy. He's been a friend of mine for years. So just want to throw that out there.
Hell yeah. I'm grateful. Another guy I'm grateful to have in the community too. So hell yeah. I like the way it leads on. You know what I mean? One, yeah, I got a good friend too. It definitely makes my job a little bit easier.
Well, it's great to have good people in this network. They're kind of rare these days.
That is very true. So, hopefully you brought something to smoke on this evening.
Yeah, I got a couple of joints rolled up. I'm already lit and had a little bit of whiskey, a little Arnold Palmer whiskey mix. So probably spark them up here in a little bit. I got some Chem 91 from the dispensary. I don't actually have any grows right now. I spent a lot of my time as a processor. So now that I've got my own land, I'm kind of looking more towards getting into the growing aspect again. So a lot of what I got's just, growing from somebody else for the moment.
Right on. There's nothing wrong with that, and even if you didn't have anything growing, as long as you have some kind of love for the plant, that's what all it takes to be a part of this cannabis community. Is that genuine love for the plant, one way or another. So, cheers.
Absolutely, I believe in the medicinal properties full-heartedly.
So when did it all begin? When and where did cannabis come into your life?
I love this story. This is probably one of my favorites. So I originally was a fairly good kid and I didn't want to smoke weed or do any of that. And at the time, I had friends that smoked weed and they had white rhino and I knew nothing about anything. And so this guy comes over with a bag. He's like, oh, I got this dank weed, blah, 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 blah. So I sit down, I'm watching everyone do it. I'm a little nervous. And my friend at the time, she takes this big old hit, looks right at me, and then just blows it in my face and goes, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. And I said, well, it looks like I'm smoking weed now. And I started ripping the pipe. And I got so high. I was staring out the window. I'm not paying attention. Now, I'm not a person to deal with spiders. I deal with a lot of things. You'll watch my 6-foot ass run away. Scream like a girl. And so she had this tarantula. And unbeknownst to me, I had been we lost him.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Stupid thing on that.
Oh, that. Put my notes here.
I don't know why. It just suddenly just wouldn't let me turn my camera off.
Yeah, it's a great profile picture, though. I mean, look at those trichomes standing.
Right on.
Well, since you can still hear me, I'll continue on. So, unbeknownst to me, I have my hand on my leg, and my friend who also blew the hit in my face, and maybe she was just messing with me now that I think about it years later, but she put this tarantula on my hand, and I'm staring out the window doing my thing, and I feel, to cross my hand, and I look down, I see this thing, and I start freaking out. I'm holding this thing. I know my friend loves the spider, so I'm like, okay, don't do anything. I also think at the time that the spider knows that I'm high. And then if I fling this thing, it's going to attach to me. And then I'm really going to be freaking out because it's going to be attached to me, like things in my hand. So I'm looking at it, I'm trying to process what to do. I'm way too high to be dealing with the situation. So I just start screaming up the top of my lungs, if somebody doesn't do something, I'm going to kill it. So, my friend comes across the room, grabs this spider off of me, starts yelling at my friend, I can't believe you did that. He's so afraid of him. I got up and just left. I was done after that. We had a roller coaster. We went straight up, just come straight back down. But, after that, I just kept smoking. It just became a gradual thing every once and again, and more so on throughout the years. It helps me with a lot of things in life, and I didn't necessarily realize it initially. I have, going back years and years and years, I was born with staph infection in my ears, and that wound up killing me 3 times, and they had to resuscitate me once. Came back the other 2 times. I've had roughly 21 surgeries. I've racked up over $1.5 million in medical bills. Put my parents in bankruptcy twice. And so when I was growing up, I had a lot of weird pains. This leg hurts. This feels like that. Everyone goes, you got growing pains. Okay, well, fair enough. And then as I get older, I realize that maybe something's wrong with my body, and this is really helping. Wasn't until I got my CDL that I decided, okay, I'm getting a job. I was real young at the time. I was 19, which is really young to be getting into the truck driving industry. And I quit smoking weed. I'd quit doing drugs. I grew up in a real rave town. And so we had, you had your ecstasy, you had your mushrooms, you had your guys sitting down at the public park selling both of them. And I thought, it's time to be an adult, kind of grow up and move on from these things. It was the thought at the time. And so I got my CDL. I started sobering up, so to speak. And took about 2 years, but my head started getting real funny. And I started seeing things that didn't exist. Started waking up in the middle of the night trying to move things out of my bedroom that weren't there. And I thought, well, this is real weird and new. And so one night I just had the dream. I was sitting in my living room and there was a bong in my lap. I took the biggest hit of this bong that you could even dream. Whole room fills with smoke, And I woke up and went, I need to find weed right now, or I'm going to lose my cookies. And that's exactly what I did. I started messaging anyone and everyone I could find to sell me any sort of weed I could get my hands on. And right about that time, I realized that maybe this is doing something for me. It's calming a portion of my brain. I think about that same time, I really realized that the disease I had was starting to progress as well, which is why I quit working that job eventually. And so, when you don't have a lot of options, you find something. It's not like you're going to walk into a doctor's office at the age of 22 and say, hey, this hurts, give me pills. And I was already on them. I had an accident that took out my ACL with the semi truck. I had a forklift push me out the trailer, pushed my leg into my face and just barely missed my chest. Very lucky incident. And they put me on pills and that stuff. You get so addicted, you get so codependent on this little thing. And then after a while, it doesn't even help anymore. You're just codependent. And so I thought, might as well go back to the plant. might as well get back on something that regulates this. And I really think that a lot of people don't realize that it helps. There's a lot of stigma and stuff, to the getting high and the lazy stoner and things like that. And for a while, I believed that. I believed it made me lazy. It made me this or whatever. I never thought that it was counteracting a bigger picture.
All right. Hopefully that. I've got things back on track here. Sorry about that goofiness.
No worries.
So I kind of squirreled a little bit there in the flip-flop trying to get the camera to work again. So where could you refresh me where you left off? I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries. I was discussing that I had sobered up for a short time and I had realized that I see hallucinations more or less.
Was that from the abscess in your ears? Is that how initially it started?
No. What the hallucinations actually come from my father. My dad was very crazy, to say the least. He was a different man in the room every 5 minutes. You could walk out, laugh, and walk back in, stuff's flying across the room. And so I get a lot of that from him, honestly, which was one of those things it took me well into my 30s to figure out, or no, 20s. It took me well into my 20s to figure out. Because, I guess it just never really occurred. Everything was just normal to me because that's the way things always were. So the abscess, the staph infection in the ears is actually correlated to an autoimmune condition I have. And it's small fiber peripheral neuropathy with autonomic dysfunction. Now, it's a lot of words to basically say I shake and my balance isn't great, more or less. And so when you have autoimmune conditions, staph infections and things like that can grow very rapidly. When you have autoimmune diseases, you can actually get infections from antibiotics if you take them too much. My mother has the same condition as me, and they put her on, I couldn't tell you the antibiotic at the time, but it gave her C. diff and just about killed her. Not a particularly lucky person, but I have I'm always down, but I'm never out kind of situation. When everything's at its worst, there's always like a door to go through. And I've had a lot of those moments in my life with this disease where something random happened. During my marriage, I actually contracted a disease that paralyzed me temporarily, and it's called Guillain-Barré. And it's a protein deficiency, more or less, in the spine, I believe, spine, somewhere in that area. And 1 in 400,000 people get it. You're basically just unlucky, is how it works. They fed me proteins after about 2 months in the hospital, and legs started working again. Everything was gravy, back on track. Through all of that, I've had to find a lot of alternative methods because, quite frankly, most people don't believe me. I'm 6'6", I weigh about 280 pounds, and I'll move a transmission by myself. It's not a problem. But at the same time, there's a cost for that. There's a cost in energy. There's a cost in just what it takes to just do it. You have to know your limits. But I don't look necessarily sick. I'm not over there just, oh God, I can't, but it still hurts. And so there ain't nobody's going to do nothing. They're not going to believe you. They're going to put you on nothing, especially that young. That's what one doctor told me. She said, even if I was to put you on it, you're way too young. You'll grow an addiction before it'll do you any good. So as a very unfortunate side note, that did lead me to a lot of less than legal alternative methods that became some very bad habits, actually, which makes me a strange advocate for the pills. We got a lot of that. They're worried about the epidemics and these things, but not properly treating somebody can also make them choose options that aren't necessarily healthy. Because at one point or another, this what I have is head to toe. So some days from head to toe hurts. That's all there is to it. And you find those opiates, you find things like that because your coping mechanisms don't work. You can only wake up like that so many days without an answer.
And your body already to this point has had quite the beating in this story.
Yeah, I spent 3 years in an ICU as a child, or not 3 years. Sorry, I spent a year, but 3 years in and out of OHSU. I was one of the first. I have this little cool medal. It's ridiculous, but I remember it when I was a kid because a lot of scary things happen. Little things make you feel good. But I have a medal from Dornbecker over here in Oregon, and I was the first patient to be operated on at the Children's Hospital. Just this is one of those things they gave you in your little side story, but yeah, it's just a lot of that kind of stuff. So the body's already taken a beating. So turning to narcotics wasn't necessarily my best option, but it was an option. Which again, when you weigh them, somebody says I can't help you. Somebody on the street says I got an option. You choose it. Sometimes, people might have stronger willpower than me. That's something I struggle with, know by myself. So, yeah, and so up until this point, it was just up and down. Now, at the point that I contracted Guillain-Barré, I still hadn't gotten into hard narcotics. I was still trying to manage it, really even without weed that much, because I was trying to keep a job. You got to keep a level head, work. I've done a lot of caregiving in my life. I ran job crews for special needs adults and things like that nature. So you just can't be high all the time. It just doesn't work. You can do that in your off time, but you can't be driving, driving around like that. And so, you got your legal things like alcohol you can turn to, but that destroys your liver. You've got other means you can turn to, but they're hard to find, hallucinogenics, for instance. So it was really felt like a downward spiral for me at that current moment. Up until this point, I'd had maybe a 2 or 3 year period where I felt really good. And I felt like I wasn't sick anymore, which was the weirdest thing. And I should have paid attention to that because it was a sign, And when the Guillain-Barré contracted in my body, I was also spiking my heart rate. And I went into the ER one time and I was 220 over 190 on my heart, my blood pressure. My pulse was 110, I believe. And it was only when I stood up. So I'd lay down and the nurse would be like, hey, you're good, go home. They're like, but you don't understand, when I stand up, I fall down. And they said, well, it doesn't look like it. So I stood up in the middle of the hospital. The machine just starts beeping, going crazy. And she's like, sit down, sit down, sit down. I was like, I'm going to have a stroke or you're going to admit me. One of the two things are going to happen here right now because I'm not living like this. And so they finally wound up admitting me. And that's when the two-month stint with the Guillain-Barré happened. And then coming out of that was withdrawals. I had 2 months on pain medication. So my pain that I had felt my entire life was pretty much non-existent. Like, I'm doped up 90% of the time. Well, they send me home with no pain medicine. There's no trailing off of this. And unfortunately for me, with that down and out luck, I contracted, again, chemically induced meningitis which is an infection in your spine that you get from the proteins reacting sort of negatively in your body, which is basically like having someone standing on your head all the time. It's not necessarily great. And I spent about 2 weeks like that. And I kept thinking this is going to get better. At some point in time, this is going to turn around. And it never did. Now, since childhood, I've been a music person. I'll listen to music all day. It doesn't matter. That's my TV. People just so now I'm TV. I got my music, and I couldn't make it through a song. I couldn't watch YouTube. I couldn't do anything. I stared at a wall and just kind of did nothing for a week. Cried until crying didn't happen anymore. And again, here we are down now, no solutions. And I decided that I was going to go to the dispensary. One had just opened in my town. And I thought, let's just go give it a shot. And they had a topical jar, this little jar, and it said, helps with neuropathy, $20. And I said, there's no way. I don't believe it. Give me 3 of those. And I went home and I just slathered it all over my body, head to toe. Came out looking like I fell in toothpaste or something. And I felt relief. I felt this tingling stop. I felt everything start to give. I felt the relaxing of my body, just no more with this constant berating of this nerve pain all the time. And so from there, I was able to get mobile, but I still wasn't okay. I couldn't go get a job. I couldn't do this. They had me on a heart medication that made me sleep 20 of 24 hours. I one time woke up after sleeping 18 to 20 hours and then went back to sleep. And I can't do this. I can't live like this. And so I did research. And this is where my story gets, some people agree, some people don't. That's perfectly okay with me. But I did research, and with neuropathy being basically just, the nerves overreacting, you're not necessarily in all that pain, but there's this pew, 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 all the time. And I thought, well, that's neurologic. And I know the studies have been done where if you took hallucinogens, let's say LSD, and you did them over a certain period of time, created an environment and took it away, that sometimes your brain will continue to relive it. That your brain will make up some of those chemicals and you get like these pseudo trips. And I thought, well, the brain can't work much different. Whether I was right or I was wrong, we were going to find out. And so I started microdosing, just little tiny bits here and there, until I got up to being able to handle, a significant dose and then go function out what I needed to do. I'd bought a mountain bike recently, and so I dosed up and went riding for like 2 hours one direction. And then about the time that starts wearing off, you still got to make it back 2 hours. So you're putting yourself in a lot of pain, a lot of stress, a lot of struggle just to make it home. And I did this for probably the greater part of 4 months, just weekends only, and doing this bike ride, this exercising regimen, until I was just beat dead, couldn't move, everything was on fire. And then when I wasn't under the influence and my neuropathy would kick up, it didn't hurt as bad. I don't know, I don't know if my thinking is right. I could be wrong. Again, I'm not a scientist by any means. I was a man looking for answers, something to help, so I did that, and it just continued. And eventually I weaned myself down off of the doses. I quit taking it. And till this day, I'm in a better place for it, where I couldn't have said that, when I first initially went down. I went back to working. I got a full-time job again. I was able to reduce back down to just smoking weed at night times. And then occasionally, every once in a while, when I had some time, I would re-up that dose, just like once every month, once every couple months. And it did a lot like they're saying that mushrooms do with cluster headaches, where you don't necessarily have to take it all the time, but you can take. That guy on the documentary took a large dose every so many months, and he just trip out in a room. And so I got kind of to that point. And, even till to this day, I've gotten in, major, I've dropped transmissions on my foot and that thing didn't break. And I have pain. And then all of a sudden you can feel it in your body. You can feel just this little bit of like smoking a joint and then relaxing, just a little bit of that chemical to ease what has happened to the foot. And I didn't necessarily expect it to work like that well, but I basically want my brain to think we're in trouble and we have to heal ourselves. There's a lot of research out there that says your mind is the strongest muscle you can utilize in self-healing. And I believe in a lot of that and a lot of Bruce Lee's training even. Bruce Lee trained under a lot of different influences to make sure he was the best no matter what circumstance it was. That put his brain in a constant win-win-win mindset, and he went out there and just did it. If he was going to do a finger push-up, he did it. That was the dedication he had put in his subconscious, I believe. So tried to teach myself to heal itself, tried to tell it, this is something we can make. Now we're going to experience pain. You can use this to not be in crisis mode. And I rode that out till this day. Just basically that one instance of really trying to put 3 months in of, this or that.
I think you're onto something there, to be honest with you. I've kind of heard other studies as well, saying if you kind of put your body in that high state of having to heal itself, that it is boosting your immune system constantly. Have you ever kind of considered or have you heard about that the Wim Hof method there of like boosting your immune system through breathing techniques?
No, I haven't heard your immune system. I've heard a lot of different things on energizing your body with breathing techniques.
Oh yeah, he claims that he's actually, if you look into him, he's going into like just walking up Arctic hills, bathing in like frozen waters.
I've seen that guy. Yes.
Nice man. But he swears by doing the same breathing method that it can ward off disease, and he's actually got some science to back it. It's pretty interesting. Another thing I thought was neat but almost scary. I've wanted to take on the technique myself, but I'm actually kind of I don't know, would like to work with somebody on it, because the breathing technique, I think there's a good chance of maybe passing out or something like that. But through some of the videos I've watched there, the interesting part is emotional release, muscle release, on top of like I said, boosting the immune system and other things like that. You can see like when he's in a group setting where he's coaching people through these breathing techniques, that people are like actually like screaming out, you know what I mean, releasing, pain, anxiety that's been stored for so long. It's really an interesting thing.
That's something that I tell a lot of people is I don't dream personally, and I'm also a big believer in energies and conduits. And I see myself as kind of a conduit or a mirror, like I'll kind of reflect through the energy back. And what I always say is that your dreams are very important. And if you struggle in your dreams, your subconscious is unhappy one way or the other. And that goes back to those releases of emotions, even crying doesn't really get everything out of you. It's kind of it's almost more physically exhausting at times than it can be helpful, in my opinion. I've always been one to sit back and reflect on a situation and do that kind of inner searching on it. And those just all kind of get interconnected with what I was saying, back with the, mind healing itself. If you sit there and give something energy, if a million people had a new religion tomorrow, it technically kind of makes it a thing. That's a lot of energy. The spaghetti monster religion, a lot of people can give something energy and feed it and make it real, in my belief. And you can do the same thing with your mind. If you sit down and you want to breathe and focus to heal yourself, your body's going to take that cue.
I agree. I really believe you're onto something there, to be honest with you. And it seems to be working with you for you this so far.
I attribute the fact that I moved to that till this day. I'd fight that tooth and nail. You could never convince me that that wasn't beneficial. When you see it firsthand, nothing shakes that belief. And especially in a time when no one else had answers. That's one thing that has always kind of baffled me about our current situation. We got the internet, we got a lot of accesses to information, and we still got a lot of questions as a society. I don't have a theory on why, it's just something I noticed.
Well, I think that we have a lot of questions because I think the answers are out there by nature. We want to know. But I think that's the funny thing about it all right there is we do have basically the answers to all of our questions right at our fingertips. But do most of us use it? You know what I mean? That's the
Teach a man to fish, but don't let him forget his fish hook. It's one of those things where I believe that massive information is as good as it is bad, because we have everything at our fingertips, which means that I don't really have to think about that hard.
You just brought up a good point about all that. I mean, we have all this information in our fingertips, so does it kind of make us stupider in a way? I really believe my memory pre-internet, pre-pocket phone, you know what I mean, was much more sharper. 50 numbers easy. You can tell me a phone number one time. Boom. I remember that thing for 6 months, years.
Well, because if you forgot your number, you never got home. If you couldn't remember your number, people couldn't send you where you were supposed to be sometimes. That's kind of scary when you're this tall. There was some real world to having to remember stuff like that. People lose their phone now, they're lost. I couldn't tell you my own mother's number right now if I had to. It's probably an issue.
But I think in some ways, I think our brain doesn't retain some of this stuff, just because it knows that at a whim you can look it up or whatever. So I think it selectively retains some stuff, and some stuff just kind of goes in and out. You know what I mean? The forget process is much faster.
Well, and I think that's a lot with anything like I like you talked about woodworking, and we just got done building a 3,200 square foot home, and that was a monster. And then I turned around, came back up to my mountain, and now I'm pulling transmissions out of my vehicles. So you're standing there looking at a distributor going, the spinny thing, those rotations make sparks. Couldn't tell you what it is. 6 months ago, I knew that. So, as you get older, retention is a little harder. You try to fit more knowledge in there. But then also we go back to the brains of muscle. If you don't have to remember 50 numbers, you're not really exercising that as frequently as you used to.
I think some of it is space management too. Your brains, at some point, I think it scans all the data and goes, yeah, you're not using this. You know what I mean? Oh,
You ever,
Now,
you ever seen that SpongeBob episode where he just dumps his brain? They're like, math, why do I need that? They just start throwing things out. Yeah, I can see that. Got little gremlins sitting there. He's like, when was the last time you used algebra?
so I gotta give you some props right off the bat, man, to find your way through the seas of pharmaceutical medicines from everything we've talked about so far. Uh, it's incredible. That shit's a battle all in itself, much less, you know, the medical problems that you're having. That sure can add twice as much misery to your initial medical issue. So, finding your way out of that and finding a way that you can deal with it in your own way, in a less addictive way, I give you a lot of credit, my friend. Seriously.
Well, I appreciate that. The not managing it properly is what originally led me into an addictive personality. And, no matter how much you want to play that game, you don't ever walk away the same person. You can be as clean cut in a situation as you want, and you're still going to walk away with regrets when you're forced to do stuff like that. And so, when you have answers or you're able to step out of the box like that, it's really lucky, because a lot of people don't get that opportunity. And so I consider myself lucky that was my choice, and my path, especially given my luck. The amount of times that those other alternatives could have landed me in jail or dead is lost on count. And, it's one of those things where you would have been sitting in a jail cell going, I just wanted to feel better. So yeah,
you kind of led on to that you did kind of realize early on the medical benefits of cannabis. Was it right from the get? It sounded like, right, the story right from the beginning is some space where it could have probably come into play, as a medicine. So did you notice it right off the bat, or?
No, like I said, it took years. It took until I sobered up for the truck driving job. When I didn't smoke for about a year and a half, that's when I realized that my mental health wasn't stable, because I had a job picking up recycling, cans, bottles, things like that for the state of Oregon. And it was a great job. It was rough at the beginning, but eventually I got my customers on the same page. I had this great route. I got free coffee, food. I mean, it was awesome. And one night I wake up and all of my 2,000-pound glass totes are in my bedroom. And I'm going, you can't even fit that through a door. How is it in here? And I started chucking things out of my room that didn't exist. I'm grabbing bags of cans from my job that's in my brain, and I'm pretending to throw them out my door at like 3:00 in the morning. And I guess I should back up just a hair. Okay. So when I was a child, I went back to the idea that I didn't dream. And as a child, I didn't dream at all. I still don't. I will have one dream every so often. And if I don't pay attention to it, that's pretty significant. Something big happens. Last time, unfortunately, we lost somebody. And which there was nothing that anyone could have done about it, but it just sucked knowing, beforehand. And so when I was a child, I had these night terrors just like this. And I would try to pick up imaginary Legos as a child or something like that, but it'd be once a year. And I would always know it by the taste in my mouth. Have a sour taste all day. And I go, oh no, I'm gonna be up all night. And once a year that would happen till about the age of 13. That stopped. A couple of years after that, I started smoking weed. And then later on came the job and trying to throw stuff out of my bedroom again. So at that point, I started playing connect the dots. My brain was a little screwy as a kid. Now it's a little screwy now. Something's up. And at that point in time, excuse me, that was a weird pitch, huh? And so at that point in time, they weren't really focusing on mental health. And I really didn't have a whole big want to go see a counselor and be called crazy. It wasn't until I was 25 or 26 that I started seeing a counselor. I started out with my drug addiction because I wanted to get sober. I had lost a few people in my life because I told them I wanted to get sober and they decided they did not. And so I segregated myself from that. And then I went on to see a counselor, and they wanted to put me in all sorts of rehabs initially because at one point in time, I went into the hospital and tagged positive for 4 3-day drugs. So that's a lot to have in your system. It's a concerning amount. It was a concerning amount for them to say something to me. And so I saw this as bad, obviously, at this point. And so I saw a counselor, and she was great. She was wonderful. She told me everything I needed to hear. She did like that Goodwill Hunting thing where she just kind of told you like, well, if you don't get your shit together, who's going to do it for you? You're right. Nobody. And so I started working my way out of these things, and it still probably took me another good 4 years. But after seeing the counselor and getting diagnosis, being kind of resilient to the process, I had a lot of people around me who were concerned tell me that they wished I would do something. And so I did, very reluctantly. I think I almost bailed on my first appointment. And so they told me that I had, things in my brain, and I'm very skeptical for the medical complex. I mean, going out the gate, it hasn't been a good start for me. I'm not a doctor person still till this day because of when I was born with staph infection, I was also allergic to antibiotics. And so everything they gave me had a counter reaction for the first maybe 6 months of my life before they realized they were killing me with the things they were giving me. And so it's not, again, starting to learn about cars and things like that. I'm like that kid off of F is for Family. That's the people mechanic, It's not really a doctor. That's a guy with a book who's diagnosing you the same way I look at a carburetor when it won't turn over. It's kind of chancy sometimes, Sometimes you don't always get a good mechanic and he puts in your carburetor upside down or whatever the case may be. And so I'm not a big believer in any of this when I see this counselor. So it took, I don't know, probably three times of going for me to actually put in the effort that I needed to be able to get results. And they said, hey, you got borderline personality disorder, you're depressed. They said, you're a very severely depressed person. Well, okay, thanks. And, these are the steps you could take. And so they put me on a medicine. And they gave me something for schizophrenia because they wanted to see how crazy I was, I guess. And that thing threw me for a loop. The night terrors that I had initially every so frequently became a nightly thing. About 3 nights of that, and I gave them back the medicine and said, whatever we have to do without a pill is my option. I don't care if you guys sit there and shake me until I work right. But I'm not taking this anymore. I don't want to see those things anymore, because some of my dreams were like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I'm the victim. And at no point in time do you want to be in that scenario every night of your life. And so, going through that whole process was difficult because even then I was still kind of fighting the complex. Yeah, I want your help, but I don't want it your way. Yeah, I want to get sober, but I want to do it on my own. I don't want to be an outpatient and sit in a room with people. No offense to anybody, but who might feel sorry for themselves. I didn't feel sorry for myself, so I knew I was messing up. I knew that what I was doing wasn't going to be helping anybody. And, again, I did a lot of work, which led me to work with children that I love till this day who were special needs, and they needed a better me as well. A lot of people in my life just needed better from me. So we got over all that. I start getting sober again, things like that. I had divorced my wife around that time as well, which was feeding a lot of this. I don't really care about the situation. And I was smoking weed at the time, and I had a buddy. And so this is where it takes another kind of turn. So I kind of went back on marijuana and decided that, I gotta get back to the natural phase. What I had done with the LSD and the marijuana worked. What I was doing now was deteriorating my body and the progress I had made, because none of those chemicals you put in your body are good for you. No one should be drinking, brake fluid. And so, trying to get back to that. And he had introduced me to dabs, and I had never seen dabs before. And this dude pulls out a torch. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? And he goes, what are you talking about? We're going to smoke a dab. You're using a torch. No, I ain't never smoked weed with a torch, bro. Just telling you. And so he goes, no, calm down. He shows me the oil. He lets me smell it. It smells like weed. I'm skeptical through this whole process. And I'm telling him the whole time, like, if you give me something, you're not telling me, we're going to fight, even if I'm severely messed up. Very skeptical. And so he gives me the dab. And I've never been so high in my life. I forgot how to drive. He kicked me out of his house. He's like, you gotta go. I gotta go pick up my son. I can still walk. I have legs. You expect me to drive a motor vehicle? So I walked home for like 7 miles because I wasn't going to drive my car that high on this dab. And when I got home, I realized I'd walk 7 miles without really caring, without feeling it. I mean, it takes a tax on your legs or whatever, but it wasn't the same pain I was used to. It wasn't that same, excruciating, throbbing. And that's when I really started getting into oil production, is once I realized that if you concentrate it enough, or you make like an RSO, you can get to a point where you feel better. An RSO is a very potent thing you can put in your body to get sleep. And so through all that and trying to change my direction, I had done a couple of things. I was still working with the boys, trying to better that whole situation. And one of the boys, we actually got him on a card as well. And it was a life changer for him to stop seizures. It stopped a lot of violent behaviors. Was approved by OHSU, doctor, all that kind of stuff. He was one of the youngest people in Oregon to have a card. And so started making topicals as well. I went back to the topicals, and I have a method where I like to ferment everything in the plant down to the roots. I even like to mash up roots and add it into a hemp seed ferment. I put that in a jar and just let it sit 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. And you can take this oil and put 20 drops in a container that big and have this topical for like 3 months in coconut oil. And so, more or less, that's kind of what I landed on. I landed on, going through this very wide spectrum and a roller coaster of, drinking, excessive drinking in the beginning. That didn't work. I hurt myself and they gave me pills. Well, that's out. I took to illegal narcotics. Well, that almost killed me. So that's out. And then I was left with good old marijuana. The one thing that never wound me up in a bad situation, that was always something I could smoke and not worry about how much I smoke. There's never a limit on it. You can do it till you go to bed. And so to this day, those are my two things, really. Those are the two things that I thrive on for a lot of my medical conditions through everything, And I can't advocate enough for it, through, I've seen it, like I said, I've seen it work with autism. I've seen it work, I used to be like a little dispensary before they were dispensaries. And one of my favorite things was giving topical cream to elderly people. Oh, my back hurts, but I don't want to smoke weed. Well, rub a little of this on your back. It doesn't get you high. And next thing you know, this lady's walking around her living room saying, man, this feels amazing. And that's the real medicine to it. There's nothing wrong with smoking and getting high. There's nothing wrong with any of that. But if you really want to do the research, it can change your life if you're not finding answers, if you don't have a solution for something, for back pain. Chronic back pain is another thing they don't really treat. That topical for $20, you can make it last 3 months. You don't get a better cure than that.
Some of the senior testimonials about medical use of cannabis are some of my favorites there, because they're the most impactful, to be honest with you. The older we get, the more we worry about the quality of life we have while we're here, being able to do the little things, being able to take care of ourselves. And moreover, we're getting ourselves into an area where it's harder and harder financially to take care of themselves. You know what I mean? So if they're counting on, again, the pharmaceutical bullshit, which usually once it kind of gets into the system has more and more side effects, which means more and more prescriptions. It's so nice to see them find such a good medical value out of something as simple as a good cannabis salve. That's what I've seen most of them use, for sure. But them saving money too. You know what I mean? Not having to fork out the little bit of what they've got to fucking pay for pharmaceutical bullshit. So they get a better quality of life, and they have a better financial stability moving forward as well, which gives more people more confidence as well. So I'd love to hear the older generation switch over or be more accepted to cannabis.
And I'm not a big money person. I mean, it's great to be able to live, but I don't really care. I'm not materialistic. That's why I live off grid. This whole house is off grid. I run solar, I run generator. I wear the same sweats I've had for a couple of years. And I used to give out my recipe. If they had somebody in their life who grew marijuana, I just write down, oh, there you go, you paid for a recipe. Because nobody should have to live like that for money. And I think it's sad that we have that. I think that the fact that we're arguing over insulin prices should have been a no-brainer when people die without having it. But that's a lot of the humanitarian in me, which is a really weird thing to say given my upbringing. I was kind of an angry person in my youth, which is why I started doing hallucinogenics specifically as a teenager, is because I wanted people to like me more, and I realized that I was the problem, so I had to look inside to fix my anger. But that taught me to love people more. And one of the things that always bothered me is I worked again with special needs adults in group homes as well as the job crew. And that was one of my favorite jobs. I just loved people. I loved being there. I love the influence that you could have. But what killed me about the whole situation is, that's another area where Big Pharma has a hand in it. And, we would have clients that you get attached to, which you're not supposed to and all that, but how could you not if you really love people? And, these drugs would be doing terrible things to their body. One of them said loss of tongue control. And I asked somebody, I said, what's exactly that mean? And they said, oh, well, at some point their tongue will just kind of stick out. And I said, why? And they said, well, it's Seroquel, it makes them sleep. I said, RSO would do the same thing, and they'd still be able to eat food in 40 years. There's got to be a better way, But, I mean, that's screaming in a room of 1,000 people, one voice at that, at that level. Not that I didn't do a lot of yelling. I was a whistleblower for sure. I'm the reason they can't have the job program anymore because they were underpaying. I caught it in the paperwork, turned them into the labor board. So, again, humanitarian at all costs. There's a lot of places where people necessarily don't have a lot of choice. And when they're already down, like me, I guess I just really feel it because at one point in time, I felt like anyone who had tried to help wasn't helping. or they didn't care. And if you imagine being stuck in a group home with less people who care about the individual, because at some point it becomes a paycheck for people, which is awful, but it's what happens. It's the reality of it. And, to think that not only do you have to be in that position, but you also have to take these medications that have such severe side effects to them with no advocate on your side. There's nobody that sits there and goes, well, So, sorry, I was taking a hit. I kind of lost my place there.
Oh, no worries, man, friend. So as you kind of struggled with some of the mental issues there, what kind of made you want to get help, I guess? Easy way to say it. Was it necessarily input from others, or was it something that you noticed in yourself?
Again, I have a soft spot for, and I especially have a soft spot for children. I can't have any of my own because of my disease. I'm sterile, and I've always taken care of other people's kids. Just being a caregiver or whatever. And my brother's younger sister at the time, she was almost 18, but still a minor. And she walked up and she goes, "I really am worried about you and my brother." And she goes, "I think you could be so much more." And I'm much older than this person. And, there's a comedian that has a joke. If a child walks up and calls you ugly, that 3-year-old says you're ugly, you have to hold that because that's honest. There's none of that child's brain that made them do that viciously. You're ugly. And so I felt that when somebody who has nothing to do, or realistically has no stake in whether you live or die, comes up and says, "I really am concerned, and I wish you do something about it." And not my family. I hid a lot of this from my family. At the time that I was getting help, and this is not my favorite thing to ever admit in the world, but I was deathly afraid of needles, and then I had wound up becoming a heroin addict. Now, if you can imagine going from being afraid of somebody else giving you a booster shot to doing that yourself, one morning you're going to wake up and go, "This has come a long ways." I'm doing things that would have scared the shit out of me 5 years ago. There's no denying it. I had dealer at the time. It's the funniest thing. I just saw him recently out in public, but he told me, he looked me dead in the eye. He goes, "I'm done with you." And I go, "What did I do?" And he goes, "You're too good for this." He goes, "You could go on and have a family. You could do something." He said, "Look where I'm at. I live in a trailer in somebody's backyard." And I went, "Okay." I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't like that. You got words for that. And I went home and I processed all this information. And he was right. He was 110% right. No matter how bad the situation was before, it wasn't worth that level of destruction. There was more. And because of people like that, in conjunction with looking at myself in the mirror and not loving that person at all, somebody who had to hide everything. And when you get into something like that, you don't hide everything, and it becomes a problem. It becomes a problem rather quickly. And so, from people who should have been convincing me to do the wrong thing, to the innocents who were concerned for my well-being, and the things that I knew that I was willing to put myself through to get whatever I was looking for, it all kind of came together. And that's not to say that it just stopped. I had 3 major addictions, 3 different substances at the same time. And so I had to start one at a time and just kind of get them down. And so it started with, okay, now I'm not going to put anything up my nose, and then I'm not going to put anything in here, and now I'm not going to do this anymore. It was probably a 3.5 year struggle just to get clean after only probably about 3.5 years in hard addiction. I mean, I'd always taken LSD as a teenager or something, but anything intravenous, you've gone too far. You're way over the line. And uh, I spent about 3.5 hours on that route, or 3.5 years, 3.5 years on that route. And when it all came to it, I made the decision that I was done hiding and I wanted my life back. And B, if I was ever going to be clean again, I had to make myself accountable. And so I went and the hardest thing I think I've ever had to do was look at my own mother and say, this is what's going on. This is what I'm doing. Help me stop. And I had to tell everybody in my life to look out for me, to help me not relapse. And, yeah, it was a self-realization moment for so many reasons. I probably have lists more of them, just embarrassing things. Like I said, when you're in that situation, you will do things you never thought you would. Now, I never hurt anyone. I never stole from anyone. People in the community actually regarded that as one of my better traits because I wasn't a thief. And, it just, you'll still do things you never thought you would. You'll spend money that should go for a bill. And to me, that's just as bad as some of the stealing. You know what I mean? To not be able to take care of myself because I'm making these choices because I have no control. Because at some point it becomes a brain issue. It's the most neurologic thing I think I've ever had in my body, on the idea that it will actually make parts of your body hurt to try to get you to go do it. You'll get physical pain in an arm. And it's not just subconscious that hurts. And you're just in a constant battle with those things, because as soon as you get over the mental, the physical happens, or the physical happens first because you detox and then you go through the mental. And it's just awful. It's awful all the way around. It seems great while you're doing it, but the minute you want off that roller coaster, you gotta jump. You gotta really, really jump. And I could have hung myself. There could have been people who just straight up said, that's tough, don't talk to me again. I had two people that did do that, just that thing, and they no longer communicate with me because I was honest. And that's the commitment, though. That's doing what's necessary.
So, I got to give much respect to you first and foremost for saying anything else, for finding the strength, to find your way out of a lot of the struggle and shit, that's kind of why I asked a little bit is the mental health issues can be so similar to a drug addiction. There, many people will tend to just don't want to deal with it, which is sad. You know what I mean? Just push an individual away. And then there's people good-heartedly that do confront, you know what I mean? And then that's kind of why I asked, is it one of those things, when you kind of stated earlier, when it comes to drugs, basically they've got to want to help themselves. You can express, your want for them to get off the drug, but ultimately, unless they want to do it, it's not going to happen. They have to hit bottom. They have to find whatever reason it is to, move forward to get off. But when it's necessarily a mental health issue, you know what I mean? I think very much the same applies. You know what I mean? Or does it? You know what I mean? That's why I asked. Is it one of those things, being on the other side when somebody interjects, is it, you know, an offensive type of feeling, or you know what I mean? Is it, does that kind of nurturing help aid, you know what I mean? That's kind of why I asked, you know what I mean? How did you find your way out of it? Was it through, support? Did you find it in yourself? You know what I mean?
It was just such a mixture. I had people who supported me to the point where they knew my addiction, my girlfriend at the time, and still was trying to love me through it. And till this day, I really wish that that wouldn't have been a thing. Don't try, like, you gotta love somebody. Don't get me wrong. You can't just turn your back on them, but don't be an enabler. Because if you're in that situation, one thing I noticed, and it took a while, was that people do not want to be alone in their addiction. And I had a buddy that was like that, and we didn't want to be alone when we used drugs. So we always used drugs together every day. And when we tried to stop and we hung out, it was no longer the same. You're sitting in a room going, well, have you seen the Yankees today? I want to smoke drugs. Me too. Like, you knew that for 2.5 years. That's all you did. And so those codependent relationships are a problem. And, that person till this day, I still haven't fully approached because of my willpower issues. And if they're not in the right place, I don't want to be in the wrong place again. And it's the same with kind of being loved through it. If somebody knows it and they're okay with it, it's much harder to feel the shame that you need to keep going in a way. And that sounds bad because there's this whole thing on don't shame this and don't shame that. But I was also really fat. I was 420 something pounds out of high school. I'm down to 260 now. Without the same amount of people saying I'm concerned for you, as me wanting to change and be healthier, and also being ashamed of my situation because I knew I could do better, all kind of coagulates into putting in more of an effort. Some people have a very definitive moment. I have a lot of, I almost overdosed. I almost did this. I was being followed by cops on drug deals. And I had to start checking myself how long before my time's up, because it's not an if thing, it's a when. When are you going to get in trouble? When are you going to have an issue? And so, I just really not want to live in that much stress anymore. Not wanting to be seen as the person who could do better, that everyone felt sorry for, that knew, because, the closest person to me at the time who also lived with me knew and tried to help me through it without being an enabler, but still being a support for me. And, it just takes all kinds. Like you said, it takes the will to change. I've always said that. If I didn't want to change, there wasn't a thing in the world that was going to do it. There wasn't a person who was going to say anything. But the day I didn't like the man in the mirror, everything everyone said to me had the volume of a ton. It just had that weight to it the minute I realized you're right. And I believe you're right.
Kind of relating back to like the drug side of things there, I think people get caught up in the synthetic version of the heroin, the opiates and shit like that. I think through the same process there, they ended up taking that shit good-heartedly, prescribed by a physician. And at some point, because they believed in the doctor, they believe in the medicine, and they don't believe the medicine can cause the side effects, or that would do that to them, be prescribed to them. Something would be prescribed to them that would do that to them. through the healing process, the aches and pains and all the rest of it that goes with it, they misconstrued as the injury. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm still hurt. I better stay on the medicine. And it gets to be in this never ending cycle where they think they're still hurt or whatever. And it just, the dependence grows and grows and grows. It's the
So that's pseudo pains. And those were the ones I was talking earlier when I said your arm could still physically hurt. You could be off of that shit for a whole week and your arm would just boom, 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 boom. And you're like, no, stop. You're okay. And so when I don't know what it is about it, but at some point when you take opiates so long, you have a phantom pain is actually probably a better word for it. And I had it when I had my knee as well as when I was an addict. And what phantom pain it was for me is if I was off of it, everything was 10 times worse. Moving was 10 times worse. This was 10 times more painful. And you believe that the only thing that was going to stop that was taking another pill or another shot. You really believe that that's what made everything better. And at some point, you're absolutely right. You have healed. You're okay. But, you get back into that. Like when I took my hallucinogens, you taught your brain that was your way of coping. So let's take it a little farther. You taught your brain that that was coping with a breakthrough pain. Oh God, my leg hurts. Like for my instance, I tore my ACL out. I broke the tibia off of the same leg and it pushed everything to my face. And then my leg kind of sprung out. Fork slammed on the right side of my leg and indented the bone. And then I stood up on it and tried to walk around, relocating my knee, almost passing out. And so coming out of that, I needed heavy medication. I was actually in a lot of real pain. But then you lay in bed, which is first for starters, don't do. You should be up on that thing, trying to move it, trying to do something, but you hurt. You think you have an excuse. You lay in bed, you go, pills, 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 pills. And then when there's no more pills, you have to get up and walk on it. You have to get up and do something. And then, but what you've been doing is maybe either laying there or maybe you even did stay active. But you had a toothache, let's say, this tooth hurts. You took the pills and your body learned that your coping mechanism for the breakthrough pain was a pill, but your coping mechanism for the tooth pain was also a pill. Where before your coping mechanism with the tooth might have been, it hurts. I'm going to go out and see a doctor, dentist. I should get a pulled. I should get, whatever. It's a little pain, but your brain grouped all your pain senses together, gave you that pain, said this is for everything as a whole. So when you don't take the pill, that toothache kind of like hurts more than it did before. That migraine you get every so often is twice as bad. It's, it almost makes you hypersensitive to the things that you were ignoring while you were taking it. And again, that's just my take. That's how I feel like getting off of the hard narcotics. Oh God, how did I ever walk before this? Oh God, my ankles are screaming. How did I ever function without my drugs? Well, you used to. You used to do it. And that's the answer. You used to function with the toothache. You used to have a little bit of jaw pain. Your back hurts every now and again because you herniated a disc 3 years ago. That's normal. But your brain thinks that you should medicate that because you spent 6 months not having a toothache because you took a pill. It's a very subconscious game with those, which, feeds the addiction portion, which we all know is in the brain. So it would only make sense that you would become codependent for every kind of pain that you had grouped under one painkiller that did everything for a while.
So one thing you said earlier on when you were talking about making oil, I would consider that an extract process, but you chose the word ferment. What's the difference there?
So I'm a big fan of the difference between a concentrate and extract and a ferment. And a concentrate to me is like BHO oil, or no, concentrate is that, where an extract is more like an RSO or a hash kind of process, or rosin. In my state, that's kind of how they're labeled, where like rosin production is an extraction process, which is legal, like making butter or RSO, whereas using a solvent as a BHO, they consider that a concentrate process and it's Class B felony. So I kind of followed that logic because it made sense to me. You're extracting from the plant, but you're not necessarily concentrating it to such a high level, which, I mean, even really doesn't make sense because you have RSO at 97%. But anyways, I kind of followed that. And so a ferment for me is when I take plant material, I'll take bud and I'll put it in hemp seed oil, and I'll take CBD, put in hemp seed oil, and then I will make up some of my rosin because it doesn't have the solvents in it, and I'll take half a gram of that and put it in my ferment. And you use it, it's kind of like a kombucha. You're making, I want the hemp seed oil to absorb the contents that I have in the jar. And so I'll put it in the fridge, keep it kind of cool, and let that sit for 6 months. And so the different types of THCs and TBDs will kind of soak into this oil over time that you then use as a base for whatever else you want. So it's like making lavender oil for hand lotions, for instance. Kind of, I guess, maybe not. Bad analogy. But so with that process, though, I can take 20 drops of that ferment and I can put it into like coconut butter, mix it all in. You can add your smells if you want, lavender, things like that, rosemary. I mean, there's a lot of really good herbal remedies to put in that will help your skin. And then, just let it ferment. I just let it kind of sit and soak. And the longer that sits and pulls content from that, the stronger it gets. If I let that thing sit for 1.5 years, I use less oil per batch of topical. And that's probably the one thing I make down to a science at this point, because my mother had the condition. My grandmother was sickly. I hurt. My girlfriend has neuropathy as well. And there's not a person that I've given that to who didn't say it didn't work one way or the other. You can burn yourself on the stove, put this on your hands, and by the morning, it won't hurt anymore. You will have a reduction in pain. And I've tested that out, not willfully, but I run a stove, mistakes happen. But I've just had so many instances, even the boy I had with autism, who we eventually got the medical card for, he loved the topicals. He loved that because he stood on his tiptoes all the time, and the muscles in his legs were just like that all the time. And he'd sit down and rub a little bit on his legs and then like wiggle his toes. He loved it, it made it feel better. I had, so during my drug years and the raving, I had a guy one time at a bar get really, really high and look at me and tell me, "Did you know all the medicine in marijuana is in the roots?" And I went, "All right." You didn't have to be that close, but thanks. And I mean, he got close. And so, and I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "You'll never hear anyone talk about it, but you can cure psoriasis with the roots." I don't know why he sounds like he's from the South. We're in Oregon, but it's fun voices. And so he goes, I've seen it. And so I believe you. And so I walk out of this thing and I go and I take my mortar and my pestle. I take some coconut butter. I start mashing roots up. I pull my plant, clean them all up, lay these things all out, and just grind until I have a mush. And I put that mush in my ferment. Now we're adding an ingredient. We're adding another part of the plant that no one wants to utilize and everyone will gladly throw away or give to me, which I love. That's like getting pallets and building yourself a place to put your wood. It was free. So anyways, there was this guy my mom worked for. She's a caregiver for him. and he had it so bad in his skin that he bled into his sheets nightly, and they had to bleach his sheets every night because of his skin breaking open. And now this guy, he's a drinker, and you could not convince him to take something with marijuana in it. They wanted to charge him like, wow, is it $16,000 a shot? I mean, just out there, and he could pay it. He's wealthy as shit. Had no problem paying that. I went, whoa, hold on. I'm going to give you something for like free. And if you like it, you maybe give me $20, help a homie out. And I give him this jar, and he starts rubbing this stuff on his arms. And my mom comes back and she's like, I don't have to bleach sheets anymore. I said, really, that good, huh? Crazy guy at the bar was right. Give it to him. And that's one of two people that I've sent my cream to that had psoriasis who have actually given me positive results back. And that's only including the root, because I'm a man of science, even if I didn't stay in school long enough to learn anything. But I sent a control, obviously, you send one of each. And I said, try this one first, see if it helps. And they got a little bit of relief. And I said, now try the one with the root in it. Tell me what you get. And she said that was the ticket. That was the one that started fixing a lot of the issues. So, that's the ferment is one of those things that I just kind of developed and came across and have kept adding to. And I wish more people knew about it. I wish more growers knew that they could take their roots and make something useful out of it. That, I used to make teas for my mother because she doesn't like getting high, but she's sick. And you take the veg leaves and you break them down, you just kind of rip them up a little bit. And you put them in a milk of some sort, because cannabinoids obviously attach to fat, which I learned from Blind Cat 420. What? Anyways, it's a real thing he did teach me. And I was like, I want to make a tea. And he goes, don't use water. Why? It won't attach. And, okay, cool. So yeah, it was actually him that taught me that one. And so I put milk in it, made it all up. I'd brew the teas real low, lump simmer like you would anything else, steep them for a long period of time. And then you take a little bit of cinnamon, a little bit of sugar, mix that thing up. I shit you not, it tastes like chai tea. And that's your veg leaves. Everyone out here is throwing veg leaves away, and it doesn't necessarily get you high because it's all your veg leaves, but that CBD quality in there, I guarantee you, you'll feel something. I don't know what it is, but you'll feel something.
Yeah, it is. You do. I had Breeder Steve on the show a couple of times. The second time he was on, he was fucking all lit up from an oil he made from shade leaves. Same thing, I believe it was an olive oil. He did a long soak with him. And basically he would every so often take those leaves out, filter out the mold leaves, and then put in a new batch. And he'd do that like 3 or 4 times and then cook with that oil. And he swore, in fact, he was out, you could see it. He was pretty, and yeah, he said just from the shade leaves. So yeah, I think you're right there. And I actually seen another guy, the guy that does the voodoo garden, who I can't think of his name right now. Him and the dude, the guy that from Boogie Brew, who is like a input. It's a nice look. But either way, they did a smoothie basically from vegging leaves there, and they were tore up through their little episode too. So there's something in there. I don't know what, but there's some.
I can't remember my research, but I want to say it was like a TCHCA or TCHA or something like that was in it. And that could be vastly wrong. Like I said, my knowledge of growing and what comes out of a lot of these processes is kind of half-assed for the idea that I spent a lot of time on my extracts and concentrates. But I believe it was something like that was in it. And another thing that we actually use the leaves for, and this is one of my favorites. This one's like half production. So that is a 50 gauge canna blunt, like a cigar. It's a stick in the middle. You pull that out, come out both sides, and you have a hole down the middle. What we do is take these bad boys, roll them in oil, and I was getting distillate by the jar at the time. And I put like 1.5 grams of distillate on one of these bad boys and then roll it in keef. And we smoked one of these between like 6 people for, oh God, probably 3.5 hours. We were lit. And so what this is right here is his tobacco leaf. We got a grower that made his own tobacco leaves. He had this blackberry, whatever, bought it off Etsy, support your farmers, even if it is Etsy. And we got this blackberry tobacco leaf, which I'm not a big nicotine person, but I really like that. Before this process, though, when I still had some plants going, I would take shade leaves and cut them into strips and wrap them around. So my idea was to make a solventless, nicotine-free version of this, just a really pure, even maybe rosin, if you could get kind of to that golden consistency where it would smear a little better, put your keef on there, and then technically nothing has solvents. But anyways, that's just a side note, another shade leaf thing we used to do with these cannagars.
So a couple questions in chat about the ferment there. One of them right out the bat was, sounds amazing. He wanted to know if you could eat it, if it was edible.
100% edible because it's hemp seed oil. And I get the hemp seed oil from Sherm's, Thunderbird, honestly. I don't know if a lot of people know that, you guys across the states and whatnot, but they have an organic section. They have this little jar of cold pressed hemp seed oil, and nobody will buy it every so often, or you'll go to grocery outlet, you pick that stuff up half price. But it's food grade, it's edible. Obviously, the marijuana, and now, if you're going to use something, I don't recommend using like a dab like BHO and then trying to eat it, because you don't really want to be ingesting butane like that. But, with the rosin being in it, that's 100% safe. With the weed being it, that's 100% safe. And then that's just really all the ferment is. Every once in a while, I take some almond seed oil or something like that, but that's also just more health benefits. Almond seed oil, I think it makes your skin pretty. I couldn't tell you right off the top of my head, but yeah, it's 100% safe. That's one of the big things I like, and trying to stray towards is I just don't want any more chemicals. I did a keto diet one time and got all the hormones and stuff out of my body, and my neuropathy did better. So I figured the same thing with my medicine. Oh, thank you, baby. So this stuff, organic hemp seed oil. And then also when I go into production with the topicals on the coconut oil side, I put beeswax in there, and that's kind of important. You do a low ratio, like let's say you do a couple cups of coconut oil, you want to use maybe that much beeswax. But what it does is it stiffens it up so it won't melt at room temperature. Or if you like it melty and you like it not so thick, leave the beeswax out. You're the patient.
Heard that. The next person wanted to know, making the ferment from flour has to be used for seed sounds, or yeah, they're asking basically if it has to be flour or what.
I've never used any seeds or heard anything about using seeds in it. I always use flour. It seems to work the best because you can grind it up and get that spread on it and let those trichomes kind of fall off into the oil.
Oh, he says flours that have been used for seed, basically waste spent from seeded, but well seeded.
Oh, I don't, honestly. When I was doing a lot of processing, I was doing it for a lot of other people. So I've had bud in my ferment that was from an outdoor or an indoor clone seeds. I mean, it could have been from anything. I think the main thing is that you want, if you're going to try to be specific about it, I would try to And a lot of you guys could do this because you use grow specifics, but you could look up like CBGs or Ns or whatever you wanted in it, and you put that particular bud in there, and you might get a different result. One of the things my mother has is an infection in her nose, and it's MRSA, but it won't clear up. And I actually found a CBG spray that goes up in there, and it'll actually help clear up infections. And they sell it online. So, it's more about what you want to get out of it, I would think, when you're growing, maybe versus the start of the plant. But again, no idea really.
As far as like the roots there, definitely interesting. I've heard a lot of anti-inflammatory properties in the roots. I actually seen a thing on Vice lately to where over there in Thailand, it fucking pisses me off sometimes. The amount of time we've had in cannabis. I would think we would be comparable in some of the knowledge we have in cannabis other than fucking growing the shit in extracts. You know what I mean? Thailand there, who is new to legal cannabis, they're already talking about there's no talking about. They already are selling roots by the pound over there for food service. Well, shit, they're getting a lot of money over there for them. It was like $800 a kilo or some shit like that.
You're killing me right now.
They're using them for food though. They're chopping them up and basically they're adding them in there, and they say it just it's the magic ingredient over there is what they're saying.
I don't see why we don't use it in flour. Why wouldn't you? Okay, why couldn't you make a flour out of it? So here's one of the big things that oh my God, I could have been a millionaire. So I worked for a hemp company, and they had 220 acres of hemp, and we weeded it 8 hours a day holding a weed eater. And you get your fucking government regulated 210s and a 30. So your hands feel like bees all day in a field where you're getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. Terrible job, but I had a fun time. Anyways, I told these guys, I said, you're throwing your roots away, right? And they said, yeah. And I said, what if I told you we could sell them? And I was talking with the guy, and he was talking percentages, and we were talking what I would get if I could find somebody to buy them. Because I had the simple idea: turn them into powder, pair them with turmeric, and crate them and make capsules. $1 million damn idea right there for anyone who has 220 acres of hemp. And they were a terrible company. They eventually hired on me and all my friends. And the thing about me and all my friends is we're quite the group, and we've got a lot of knowledge from across the board. And so we were trying to help these guys set up this brand new company. And they just weren't having any of it. They bought a $50,000 machine to make pre-rolls and got in there and had no idea how to start it. So the hemp industry is a really funny thing right now. Those guys must have had like 9 backers, people from different areas, different walks of life, and they all made a decision on what happened in the company, because hemp is exceedingly expensive to process. You got to have, I think those guys started out with millions, like 15 million to start out with that, and then they started tanking and were bringing in more money somehow, and without selling a damn thing. And so the dryers you have to have, they had $1 million dryers a piece, or quarter million a piece. We had like, I think 7 or 8 of them. But because they bought the $250,000, they were cheaply made. And so you were always pulling gears and sprockets and doing whatever on these things because they ran all the time. So you're going to have maintenance. You're going to have a millwright in there taking care of these things. And then there's the shipping, production, sales, and getting it out there. But me and my brother, for a quiet time, tried to get them to sell it, outsource it to Australia, or try to get it, because they have processing plants there. And there was even a rumor of one even here in Oregon, but they wouldn't do it. And it always baffled me because they make concrete out of it. They make clothing out of it. You know, you can make a lot of stuff out of the stalks. Another thing that I saw in the hemp industry that really made me wonder about it, especially in this area, and I've seen it done two different ways. I've seen hemp where they grow real tall in like 6-foot stalks and they're real skinny and they just grow as many as they possibly can. Like, you don't even really worry about quality because you're trying to get a million of these things in an acre. And so these guys wanted to do 220 acres and grow them like outdoor pot plants. And it's really good in theory, but none of the plants made it over like 3 feet. And if you're processing for that kind of a thing, even if you're just trying to make, because they're trying to do like CBD oils and pre-rolls and stuff and CBD this and CBD that. And I said, that's, you know, that's only a part of it. You know, if you grew these things super big and you still get your buds off of them for your production, you'd have stocks to sell. And, you know, things like that. And so I never understood having 220 acres and then trying to run it like an agricultural crop where everything's spaced apart and this or that if you're trying to push out stocks for, you know, bales. So it's kind of a funny industry. And, you know, my time in it was obviously spent with a company that didn't do so well. But, you know, it seems like you would have more, but I think a lot of that is, you know, the woodcutting industry has a lot to say in that, and lobbying, obviously, in the government, you know, keeps money where it's always been. And I think that if we had more real energy programs in the government, not just, hey, you want to pay 30,000, get 10 back on your solar panels, but we actually had the government investing in trying to get some of these facilities running that we could process the hemp, then the startup cost wouldn't kill somebody or kill a farmer if they went out. You know, I watched a lot of farmers who switched from food production to hemp, and I thought, well, that's great, but now we're down 20 farmers. And then some of those people didn't do so well their first year, it actually shut down. Now we're permanently down farmers. That's tough, you know. So it's definitely a new market that I don't think has seen enough, I don't know, I guess, initiative in it. And again, in my opinion.
And some of that, you know, I'm kind of wondering the environmental facts or environmental impacts large scale hemp and cannabis farming is going to have on the environment, to be honest with you. That's a big change from, you know, things that animals can eat, such as corn, wheat, stuff like that, to something that's dominating the landscape that they're not so hip about, and you know, maybe have to have more pest management. You know what I mean? Than the GMO crops that they were growing. You know what I mean? It's going to be kind of interesting to see how it all plays out.
So I'm in Oregon, and we've had medical for a while now. We have recreational on a big scale. And from where I'm at to the town about 2.5 hours away, they just start popping up farms left and right, boom, 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 boom. And the next thing you know, all you can smell. And now, if you're not a pot smoker, you know, I'm not going to sit here and do this in front of you because it's kind of rude. Like, people aren't necessarily used to the aroma on the nose. If you drive through acres of marijuana, it's going to burn your nose. And so we had people driving all the way back and forth to go to work going, I can't even stand to open my windows because the smell's so pungent, which I would have loved, but I'm a marijuana smoker. You know, you got to think about both sides of this. Also, because they were so big and they put them, you know, these farms were at the top of the mountain pass in between both towns. What happens when the wind comes up and grabs all that pollen? You had crops and people getting mails for days. People trying to grow 4 plants in their backyard, cross-pollinate, because one guy at the acreage missed 2 males and they got cross-pollinated. There were some very unhappy people in town when their crops didn't turn out for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's going to be another factor that's going to be in how quickly can we come with, a reliable feminized hemp seed to where they're going to be avoiding that problem. I think we're a little far out.
Absolutely. I think, we got a long ways to go before you can guarantee a seed. Watching the guy manage the hemp field that I saw, because I wanted to be where he was at, to be quite honest with you. He walked in there and he just grew hemp all day, and that looked like such a fun job. But, he got clones from so-and-so. And then because the clone genetics from so-and-so had a certain percentage of males, you had to walk the fields for males X amount of times. And no matter how many times you walk for males after 200 acres, the last 20 might get really crappy eyesight on them. And when you got that much liability, he was doing like risk assessment management for this crop. And, we're going to lose so many to males. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We automatically count 15% off for this and 15 for that. And I thought, that seems like a terrible job. Because now you're taking something fun like growing weed and you're throwing numbers at it and trying to make it stressful like business. It's kind of a contradicting world.
We need to back up a little bit. So we kind of covered a little bit that where you kind of found the medical value in the cannabis. So where at one point did you kind of consider, or was it always growing for somebody else, or did you try to take it on a little bit before you wandered on to the hemp farm?
I had so many unsuccessful grows in the beginning. I was stupid about it. I had no clue how to grow a seed. And the same from a buddy of mine who taught me about dabs was teaching me to grow because he worked at a grow shop. So I go through and I buy the best of the best. And I spend like $2,000. I get my seeds out. I put them in a little cup. I stick my light 6 feet off of the ground, put it on the roof, put my seed 6 feet on the floor and said, all right, there you go, buddies. When my plants came out and started doing this whole stretch thing and fell over, I went, man, what am I doing wrong? He goes, well, what's your setup? And I took a picture and he went, are you stupid? I mean, I'm sorry, but are you done? And I said, I guess I must be what I do wrong. He's like, okay, let's pretend you're birthing this seed. You're its day, you're its night, you're its everything. You can't just be doing that. So I tried again and I did a deep water culture because I don't know, it seems really cool. I think that a DWC in the proper mind and environment could produce some really interesting results. Because you have, and I did mine individual buckets, which was a little harder than having like everything ran together and all that because it was a lot of work. But I still wanted to see what kind of quality you could get from managing every little thing. And so that's where I started. I eventually began to regret that process, and I didn't really like it. I switched to seed and soil. I put up a tent, and I had 4 plants. I'll never forget it, because you got people say you got beginner's luck. Well, this was my first actual attempt at it where it succeeded, but I had failed 3 prior times. So I got this, quarter pound, half pound weed or whatever out of the whole 4 plants. And I was smoking on it. And this guy pulls it out. He's like, hey, this is pretty good. How long have you been growing? And I said, oh, that was my first actual successful one. He like threw my weed back in the bag, which is rude, first of all. Don't throw people's weed. And he goes, well, I've been growing for 3 years and my stuff looks all airy like this. And I went, oh, your lights are too far away from your plants. I know that one. I made that screw up. And he's like, oh, well, you're just a first time grower. You know what you're talking about. So even after I grew my first weed, my first successful one, it was a really interesting interaction with the community. From there on, I started getting more involved with it, but not necessarily growing. I knew people who had X amount of plants and X amount of plants. And I thought, well, I'm not a grower. I mean, I could be, and I don't have any property. I have no money, but I really like dabs. So how do we make those? And so I started researching that. And then I just went around to people's grows and offered them percentages to let me make stuff out of their product, out of your shake, out of your whatever. Anything you're not going to use, you turn it over to me. I'm going to make X out of it. And then we'll split it 60-40 for you, whatever the case may be, who's buying butane, who's doing this. And I just made kind of a business model for myself out of just handling what other people didn't want to do. And going forward here and having the property now, I definitely want to get some outdoors going this year. Flying Cat 420 is definitely excited for me to get some clones. He keeps letting me know he's got them for me whenever I'm ready. But I got vehicles to fix and water to get up here. I got some processes I got to do first. But yeah, it was never, and I love growing. It was a very zen thing for me. It was great to go in there and take care of the girls and watch them perform. But when it came down to it, I just really liked the oil. I like making that pretty golden colors. I like seeing what everybody else's stuff would do. One of my favorite things to do is get a bunch of different weeds and see what color they'll press out if I put them under my rosin press. I liked the fun that it is to dial in the temperatures and play with your times and kind of just get that feeling where you're like, somebody's like, how do you do that? I'm like, I don't know. It works though. Like practice. And I've done closed loop, like multi-part butane systems. I've done open blasting. I've made rosin. I've helped a couple people with some distillate processes, even though I'm not 100% up. I did help a couple buddies of mine now set their stuff up. So it's just always been one of those things. I really love the oil. I mean, I like smoking some joints and stuff. I had to get some for the show, obviously. You gotta smoke a joint on the show.
I should hope so. Before we get too far there, I think it was Ned Denver in chat wanted to know where you got that CBG spray from. The website.
Oh man, let's see. Man, I'd honestly have to look it back up. It's been so long, but I could do some research. I could bring those answers back for sure. It was one of those things where I Googled it and I found a company that had it.
Maybe.
What was that? Sorry. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Fair.
Okay, gotcha.
Sounds. Yeah, it kind of had a little delay there for a second. Yeah, sounds fairly easy to find.
Yeah, it's not too bad. There's a lot of companies out there that are doing different products these days. Surprisingly enough, I saw a meme the other day, and this guy, I don't know if you're familiar with Rick and Morty, the show, but he had a chocolate bar. It had Rick and Morty on it. And that's one of these shows I really like. And it said 3,500 milligrams of psilocybin and 500 milligrams of THC. And I thought, well, that's weird. And I looked it all up, and they're real chocolate bars you can buy with 3.5 grams of mushrooms in them with tincture extracts. And I thought, God damn, what a time to be alive. I can put weed up my nose and I can buy mushroom chocolates.
I interviewed a cat with the beginning of this, yeah, like 2 years ago, Fresh Pork Chops on Instagram, who was making an RSO with psilocybin in it and was swearing that it was doing a lot of good for a lot of folks. So
Yeah, anytime you do concentration like that, it's great. I'm familiar with that process and the product being called a dragon tear afterwards. And you take dragon tears and you just take a little syringe and bloop, bloop, bloop.
So when you make your RSO there, is it just pretty much just tell me your process when you make your RSO? A lot of everybody does it different. And again, do you do what you would call a ferment process to the RSO as well?
No, I went with the pretty basic crock pot method, or you use Everclear. I was a big fan of using Everclear because it's not isopropyl. I just have a thing against using that in anything, just personal choice. So I'd use something with the grain in it, and then I just let it, cook for a good long time until I had this is really dark, disgusting oil. And then I came into a baking process. Now times are a little iffy on how we baked it, and it was something me and the boy's mom actually came up with. And she did extra research. It was really cool. But you can bake it for a certain amount of time, and it'll take a lot of the taste out of it, and the gross tasting flavor in it. So we would do something like that, and usually try to sweeten it up, or I try to bake it into things, make it something. I mean, we didn't necessarily want to continue to feed large amount of sweets and cause a weight issue. So it was a fine line between doing like brownies every day and then also doing the RSO straight. Uh, for myself, I love it in chocolates. And I got a buddy who makes that stuff, and it will knock you out if you're not careful. And so that's my nighttime. My legs are kicking. I can't get any rest. So I'm just going to eat like 3 of these and pass out. And he does it the same way. I'm pretty sure he makes his with coconut oil or something, and then does it that way. Does like more of a what I guess you'd call more of a fermentation process with the coconut oil, also heating it up, but using that as a medium as opposed to Everclear. So yeah, you're right. There's 1,000 ways to do just about anything.
For sure. And, that's one of the reasons why I ask. One way may be more convenient for somebody, or it may, your method that you found may be more descriptive for the symptoms that they ail from, I guess. If that makes sense.
Yeah. What I liked about my process is I really tried to bake it down into a really strong amount. You didn't have to use much because of the idea that, we had to get all the product for this. And it was a daily medication, still is a daily medication for him. And, you got to get shake and things from some growers, or, he had a medical card. So I'd go find other medical growers and get their shake and things. And when you get a subpar product, so not necessarily subpar, but you're not using nugs to do a nug run or something, you can't necessarily afford that. You look for ways to kind of get as much in there as you can and use little bits. And so that was really what I focused on, was trying to figure out how to leave as little spaces in between so that percentages would go up just a little bit. And then something I could also add to, and then I batch test everything, of course, take a little bit of it, try it myself. It's actually how I got a lot of respect for the RSO, because I've eaten way too much a couple times. And you ever get too high at RSO, you can't sleep. That's a problem.
Ever hallucinate from the RSO or edibles? One time during the butter making process, I got And I haven't honestly been able to kind of recreate it. I must have had a perfect equation there. Well, I guess stupidity has taken some of it out of it. But again, keep in mind when I tell you this story that the edibles, the butter I was making was for myself. But so it's one of the first few times I make butter, and I've got it in my cheesecloth, and I'm trying to strain out the cannabis from the butter, and it's somewhat cool. And I'm very much a cheap fucker. So I'm wanting to make sure I get everything out of that ball. And I just go at it. I'm squeezing the shit out of it. And that hot or warm butter, it's not hot, but it's between my fingers, it's running down my fucking arm, and it just never hit me that it could possibly be soaking into my skin as I'm doing that. And then I ate cookies, turned around and made a batch of cookies, ate cookies on top of that, and then smoked weed before it kind of like all fucking. But yeah, I definitely. So tell me about your experience with overdoing it there.
Oh man. So the first time was I got too high, I couldn't sleep. And I spent probably 4 or 5 hours awake trying to find something to occupy my time and take the sickness out of my stomach because it'll hurt your stomach too. And recently when I got this other RSO candy that my buddy makes for me so I can, use it for pain, he said, because he takes it all the time in large doses. He said, hey, just fucking eat like 3 of those things, 4 of them, why not? And so the first time I went 3 or 4 of these, why not? And uh, I took them and I wake up in the middle of the night and I have absolutely no clue where the hell I am. Who's this? I'm like shaking my girlfriend, like, I need a face. Hello, you wait. And so, yeah, I just was completely out of it. I remember standing up and going to get some water, stumbling my way to the bathroom, coming back into the room, and I felt like I was in a whole nother dimension. Like that movie where the guy's in the fourth dimension and all the little levels stack up on all sides of him. And just trying to process that this is my house. Now I built my house. I built every board in this structure. I know this thing through and through. I'm looking at it like it's a foreign object. Where am I exactly? Did you beat me up, Scotty? Jesus, I'm high. I'm gonna go back to bed. And so I did that. The next time I was really sick. And sometimes I get sick because, one of the kiddos gets sick and I just get the flu. But when it hits me, it affects my neuropathy. So I'll shake worse. My body just kind of panics. And so I was having a real bad 2 days. I wasn't getting out of bed a whole lot. I was struggling. So I'm eating these RSOs and sleeping my way through this not feeling great session. And my girlfriend, God bless her, brings me food and body armors and all that kind of stuff. And I'd asked for a sandwich, and I wake up and she hands me the sandwich, and I'm sitting there looking at it. And she goes, "You did want a sandwich, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I asked for food." And I'm sitting there with this thing. She goes, "Are you going to be able to eat it?" And I was like, "I don't think there's any fucking way." I was like, you're moving right now. Like I'm high. You're moving, I'm high. It's just like I'm having this whole processing battle and coming to terms with the fact that she just walked in, handed me food, nothing looks right. So I've definitely had a couple of times where I've taken a little much and it made my head squirrely, which I didn't understand until RSO. I've seen people take dabs and somebody passed out one time. They were hypoglycemic. And something people don't know about is the marijuana will actually drop blood sugar. And in large amounts, and in certain cases, in smaller bodies, you can actually have like a sugar coma drop thing, where you go so low that you start blacking out. And that can happen with super large doses of marijuana. it turns out. And so she was hypoglycemic. She took a big dab of rosin and I saw her go down. And the only thing I could do was get the bong out of her hands because she was going for cement. It was like hot glass, so I get it out, try to help her, just hit the ground. We had another buddy told me the first time he ever took a dab, he pooped his pants. And I hear all these stories and I'm like, man, I smoke oil all day and I keep everything together. And and then that one time you overdo it on RSO or something, you're like, oh, okay, so if you never smoked weed and you just ate like 1,000 milligrams of RSO, you're gonna trip a little bit. There is a good point where that will get psychedelic, and I didn't believe it until I met my limit.
I have definitely heard a few stories of RSO and the elderly. Basically, kind of what we were talking about earlier on, good-hearted people trying to help, whatever, just kind of give a syringe of RSO over without, say, properly spraying, and stopping in or checking in. It had been 3 days since, they've been sleeping. I got a little heavy into that little, you did what? You know what I mean? I've definitely heard a few of those stories, that's for sure.
I always like to tell people you start off with a rice grain. When I first started taking RSO, that was my recommendation. You get a little bitty rice grain and you test it out. Because if you go to the dispensary and you buy yourself a 90-something% RSO, you really only need a little rice grain. You don't need to be eating a whole thing of it. So yeah, it's interesting out there.
You kind of mentioned essential oils and stuff like that. Do you mix some essential oils with some of your topicals for custom recipes for custom ailments?
Well, custom ailments and also everything that I do, to my knowledge, unless you have like a coconut allergy, which you should know you can't have, cocoa. I tried to make it as hypoallergenic as possible for the fact that my skin has issues with like post-op surgery tape will rip my skin off. And that happened once when they were trying to figure out my disease. They temporarily put me on dialysis, and which I didn't need, and it risked my life and all this fun stuff. And they put this little vas catheter in your chest and they poke it in here and they put it up into your neck and you can feel it in here the whole time. Boop, 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 boop. And they do dialysis through there. And so sorry, I completely blanked. Go with that story.
You just talking about dialysis was the last thing you said.
Yeah, what was your comment prior to that? I apologize. Completely spaced that, where that story was headed.
Can't be spaced. So
Just,
we have a dope. We'll call this one a draw.
We'll call us a draw out.
With dual score.
What was I going with that story?
Oh, we were talking about topicals, custom recipes, custom.
Oh,
elements.
yeah. So the hyperallergenic problem. And so they did the dialysis and they put the tape on post-op and they did my first dialysis treatment. And the lady had taken the bandage off and I didn't know nothing about it. She hit that thing with alcohol. And I came up out of the chair, just about ripped the tube out of my chest because it burned. And that was one of the first times I realized I have a big issue with certain objects. I have to use, or not objects, certain perfumes. I'm actually highly allergic to everything, as if my body didn't hate me enough. I took an allergy test one time and I was positive for like 50 things. I'm allergic to the animals I own. I'm allergic to the trees I live around. I'm probably allergic to my own damn dander, mold. And so skin allergies became a thing as well, of course. And so when that happened, I really didn't want to put anything in the oil that could make someone else itchy or that could make, just an adverse reaction. When I'm giving this thing out, I wanted it to be as base level as possible to get proper feedback. I didn't want someone to say the lavender, it made my skin burn. And then I'm like, oh crap, well, I got to go adjust my recipe. And it turns out that their skin doesn't deal well with lavender. And so I left a lot of aromas and extras out to them. And I would tell them, if you want to buy something, mix it in, totally up to you. Here's a list of some things that could help. But I really tried to make it base level because I was interested more in the medicinal benefits than I was about like smelling good. And essential oils do have benefits for the skin. I just, I just never really got into it. Seemed to be good enough on its own.
Right on. They do have some definite value, though. So what all different products do you make? So we have topicals, we have some RSO,
Press rosin.
extracts.
Yeah, press rosin.
Yeah.
What's funny?
I was gonna ask, do you prefer to press it from the hash or the flower?
I like hash for numbers. Hash, and also I have a tumbler that has I think it's a 220 micron screen on it, and all it does is just rotate the bud. So what I would also do is take dry ice, put it in the freezer. I would lay all my buds on top of it, and if it was fresh, it was especially great. But you put the buds over the top of it, and then you would take them very carefully, trying not to shake the bag and break off what you just froze because you put it in deep freeze. And then I put it in this tumbler and turn the tumbler, and you just watch all this keef just start making piles. And I would take a debit card and just scoop up piles of this keef and put it into the bag, flip the edge over, press that 2, 3, sometimes 4 times if you don't mind having a little darker oil at the end. And I'd separate them, first press, second press go together, third and fourth. And so that was my process on that. And I really liked the quality and the flavor that you can get because you're just knocking off the outside. So you're really getting a lot of those profiles of flavor that way while reducing your amount of green material that you have in it. So it's also going to come out a little prettier. So if you're looking for face value, then, that's your way you want to go. I personally like hash. And I think the pressing hash and smoking it has a lot of good benefits through rosin. It makes it more powerful, in my opinion. And you can get some pretty good presses out of that. I've seen some really fresh material, keef wise and hash wise press 5 grams down to like 3.6, which isn't a bad conversion rate for rosin.
So I just kind of think, well, that method doesn't sound too bad because it sounds like it isn't all too time consuming versus like the bubble method and then pressing some bubble. I definitely appreciate bubble for what it is, and just kind of seemingly, and I don't press rosin, but it seemingly would a lot of work to take it another step into rosin when there could be shorter routes, I guess. Again, I just think I appreciate the hash for what it is, but if in the tumble method there, it seems like a lot quicker method, and yeah, I can see pressing that. You know what I mean? Because it's so much more time efficient.
And if you want to make little pieces of rosin that are like almost completely see-through, you can press dry sift. If you really want to get to it, that's, I guess, the big thing I love about marijuana is you can do a lot with it. And if you love hash, you love smoking it, then that's your method. You get yourself a bigger micron bag, press that hash and love it. And then, if you're just one of those people that just wants that flavor, you can do, the keef, or you can do just a nug squish and sit there and smoke your blunt, take a dab and go, wow, those taste similar. I love it. Or it's really it goes back to the patient, what's going to work for you, what's the best method, how do you like to consume. And I don't think that there's better numbers. It's just like the old saying, you can usually grow quantity or quality. very rarely do you get both all the time. And whether that's true or not, or disagree or agree, I feel that qual goes over to rosin. If I'm sitting there and somebody hits me up and says, hey, I'd like this all pressed and I want to get as much as I can, well, I'm definitely going to try to tumble for the key. I'm going to get everything off the outside that I can, and then I might go to another method like hash and then wash it, get what I can out of that, and then press that as well. Try to utilize that flour twice. And that's going to give us
would you say again, I just more theory than anything, say that squishing the flour direct would have a little bit more medicinal value, because you're still you're getting it more straight from the source. You know what I mean? You're not necessarily extracting, eliminating a little bit more along the ways. You think there's some truth to that, or do you think you're still getting about as much as you can get out of it?
I think that when it comes to medicinal value and rosin, your best bet is really fresher. The fresher your material, the more you're going to get out of it. And that you also have temperatures, with cannabinoids and things like that. So some people do like a fresh frozen freeze and then press it so it's kind of cold going into the heat process. I think a lot of it's temperature, honestly. I've had some dabs that have been pressed at a higher temperature that get closer to like that kind of decarboxylation point in my mind. And those seem to hit stronger as well. Whereas like a lower temp, kind of like how you dab it, a lower temp gives you a little bit more flavor, but you won't get as much of a yield out of it. But that flavor and that feeling is going to be really nice.
I definitely agree that temperature and smoking dabs are not as a huge weighted effect and length of the effect, even in joints.
Right.
Bongs, you know what I mean? Bongs, joints, just the flower side of things. That the temperature of the smoke means everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when you get into dabbing, if you run it real hot, sometimes you just risk burning your lungs, and you can risk burning some of those cannabinoids off. What's really kind of interesting, and some things I've seen out of rosin before, and I think this is always interesting, is sometimes it'll act like fireworks. Like it'll kind of pop like BHO. You'll see little things in there just kind of go pop, and they'll like kind of fly out or whatever. And I was looking it up, and somebody was theorizing that was a terpene reaching like an optimal temperature and going pew. I don't know if that's true or not, but I saw it a few times, and it was those presses where I was really focusing on that low temp, high quality, where I was really trying to just keep it as close to how fresh it was on the plant without altering the heat too much. One of the coolest things I ever did was got to cut a branch right off of a plant and stick it right in the press. Like it doesn't get fresher than that. And then while the branch was sitting in the press and the rosin was rolling down the paper, we were holding pickers and scraping it and dabbing it. We were trying to see how close we could reduce our time from a dab being produced to it being in our lungs, just because it was just fun. I don't know if we ever learned anything about it. I don't know if it was anything more than just doing it to say you could, but I do believe the fresher material gives you more of the plant, whereas if you let that material sit for 4 months and try to come back to it, you're not going to get the same grade at all.
So again, I don't dab a whole lot. I went through a little bit of a phase there, and I'm not against dabbing, or I won't dab if it's there. And I will most certainly dab. I have dabs that I've been sitting on for some time. But are they as bad on the lungs as say a BHO type dab, or is it all kind of in temperature? Because a lot of times when you're doing dabs, that what is left on that rig, that plastic like layer there, is another thing when I look at dabs and I'm like, I don't know if I want a glass sheet in my lungs. You know what I mean? Do you still get that out of the rosin as well?
Uh, I think that the rosin, you cough more because you put the smoke in your lungs, whereas the BHO, you're definitely coughing because there's still chemical left in that. You know, there's a reason they call them solventless, because you're not using literally a solvent to make it. Um, and I do think that BHO dabs can definitely hurt your health. I had a guy, and so here's one of my biggest things. I learned something called the crackle test early on. And that's where you take your dabber, you pull it out, you get the dab, you hit it with a lighter. If that thing starts looking like fireworks, you tell your person you don't want to put that in your body. And I learned it because there's this old guy. He goes, yeah, you know, I know everything about making dabs. It's like, okay, well, let's try one of your dabs. And he pulls it out, and I hit this thing, and I feel like I'm going to pass out. My head starts throbbing. Boom, 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 boom. I get this headache. Well, what the hell's in it? What do you mean it's weed? How long did you purge this? And he goes, what do you mean purge? What do you mean? What do I mean? Did you not take the butane out of this? You didn't even heat it? I'm like, I'm so out of here right now. You just gave me a headache because I just smoked butane to my face. And from that moment on, I've always been really skeptical about other people's dabs. Black market dabs, something I didn't make myself. That's why I made it myself. My purge could last 7, 8 days. I don't care. It's gonna be clean. I, you know, and if I didn't like it, it stayed longer. Uh, you know, I had somebody recently had some dabs, and they were like, "Yeah, this, kind of hurts my lungs a little bit." And I said, "Let me see your jar." I said, "Do you mind if I just torch it real quick?" He said, "No." And so I held it up and hit it with the torch, and all you see was bubbles just popping out of this thing. And all I did was go, and you just watch the bubbles, right? So you still have butane in your oil. That's why it was cheap for you. And so, that's why they made it a Class B felony. And, I don't disagree necessarily. I'm not hurting for the fact that they're not letting people do that as easily. Because there's just, there's a lack of information. And where there's a lack of information, you're always going to find stupidity. And where you find that, you're also just going to find a lack of research. And we had 2 kids in a basement blasting butane. And one looked over to the other and said, "Hey, you want to smoke a bowl?" And they lit it in that basement and blew the house up. It was about the time Oregon decided that people shouldn't be trying to play with gases. Which is funny because you can have a propane tank in your house and run a heater, but careful with your butane. And so,
Well, that's a lot in the air there. That's for sure.
You got to have proper ventilation. I believe in all those practices. When I had my setup, I had a shed and that thing had vents just everywhere on it. But yeah, it's, you got to be careful. And when it comes to that, you can make a product that can hurt people. Absolutely. And when you make marijuana harmful, you're doing a discredit to it.
Man, we have definitely came a long way. So in the extracts, it's one of those things, man. I'm a woodworker. I don't fuck with steel. You know what I mean? I make hash. I don't fuck with hydrocarbons.
Hydrocarbons. So that's me. I'm a woodworker. I love wrenching on cars. Please do not ask me to weld. I don't get it. That shit's magic. I shake too much to actually try. My buddy, he wanted me to try welding so hard, and you'll see some of his stuff coming up on my Instagram as well. He's a talented creator as well, and he's making a few things. I'm going to be taking my GoPro and doing some video reels for him here in the next couple weeks. And he wanted me to learn to weld so bad because we're good friends. Want somebody to do something he enjoys with. I kept telling him, I don't think I'm going to be any good at this. And he's sitting there trying to tell me the mask's on, it's dark, shit's flying, zapping. I don't understand. I was like, okay, buddy, we're just going to call it a night. I'm not a welder.
Well, as a woodworker, you can see a little repair later on, fix something with a card scraper, sander, planer. You can clean it up, smooth it out. Metal's not so easy, yeah. I'll stay in my court.
Well, and with metal, you're right. It's not as forgiving, and we do this stuff and like we make
And it's
coffee
heavy.
tables. Yeah, and it's heavy. And it's sharp. I mean, at least the splinter isn't going to take your finger off if you slide it the wrong way. I mean, I've had some gnarly splinters, don't get me wrong. Okay. I've ran sheets for 3,200 square foot house. I've gotten some ones that went all the way through, but I still would prefer that to a metal cut, I think. Yeah, so I've never been a metal person. And you can make a blemish on a piece of wood and call it character. If you do it on metal, they think you're a bad welder.
Even a blemish can be hid. You can steam it. You can steam a dent, trying to puff it up a little bit. Bring it up, raise the grain somewhat, hide it with a little bit of putty, maybe in a little bit of the finish as well with a darker stain. There's tricks to hiding the stuff in woodworking. That's for sure. I definitely won't call it character one coming out of a finished shop.
That's true. That's fair.
That's to come later on. Character comes later.
I think I think a lot of things I do just naturally have that character, whether I want them to or not. It's about everything I do has character, no matter how hard I try for perfect. Never really made it there, and I've always been happy with that.
But that's the thing about sometimes with the woodworking, you will probably be the only one that will ever notice it. You know what I mean?
Right.
It will be the only thing you fucking see on that project as the creator shit as it's passed over. You try not to look at it too as it leaves. You're like, are they seeing it? Are they seeing it? And they'll never fucking see it, but to you, it's always there.
I get that 100%. When I started with framing and things like that, the guy I worked with, if you were a 16th off, you fixed it. We didn't let 16s happen. And so, when we got into it and sometimes you'd run into a thing and it's going to be a little off or whatever, you'd be looking at it, you're like, I don't like it. It's just a little bit. I know it's just a little bit, but I don't like it. No one's going to know. Oh, I know. So yeah, I definitely get that. Or other people's projects. I think a lot of the, stuff I do, I like my personal touches. When I do something for somebody else, I definitely want that to be as much of a finished, beautiful project for them. And like you said, they can add the character. You go destroy your stuff.
To me, a square building actually starts with hopefully a square foundation. Hopefully a square foundation. But you can trick it out a little bit with that sill plate. From the sill plate up, man, that building better be square. You know what I mean? If you've taken the time to properly square that, everything else throughout the building will follow. And job just gets that much more easier if you take the time.
Absolutely.
Right from the fucking beginning.
On the I did all of our green board for our houses. That was one of the first things I learned how to do was green board. And When we got to that 3,200 square foot home, we were 2 inches off on our concrete from one side to the other. The middle of the house was just, you had this stem wall. Because it was a 3,200 square foot, we had a basement, and you framed up and then decked it and then went up. And so when we were coming off of this wall and when the other side of the garage met, we were 2 inches one way or the other. And there was no way that we were going to fix the concrete in time. So we actually had to build with that 2 inches in mind every step of the way to make sure that that house would meet that.
It never comes out. It never comes out. You chase that fucker all the way through the roof, and it just kind of gets worse and worse.
And we did a really, I think we did a really good job at, you know, what it is. And that's 98% of this will come from the fact that my brother knows what he's doing. I'm still an amateur when it comes to woodworking. He's got the ideas, he's got the vision, I got the hands. And when it comes to cars, he comes and says, hey, what are we doing on cars? I got the ideas, I got the vision, he's got the hands. And so we kind of trade off on that. So, you know, I don't take any credit for being a great builder. I take credit from knowing a really good builder. So, you know, when it comes to a lot of things like that, there's a lot I still don't know. There's a lot of little tricks I'm still not privy to. But that right there was one of the biggest projects I've seen ever. And it was fun. You know, the creative problem solving that you do to make something look nice is fun after the frustration.
Man, I miss the framing days. Some good friendship, good camaraderie in them days of construction, building houses. That's for sure. Fun days.
Yeah, lately as I get older, I found myself more into the vehicle side of things, and I'm not necessarily sure why. I used to hate cars, but you know, I've been trying to work my way into those kinds of things. 'Cause, you know, it's another one of those skills that no one really knows, and the more the time goes on, the less we have trade workers, and the less, you know, I mean, in my state alone, they're screaming for framers, and you know, I just like my life on the mountain so much I don't really want to go chase the work. I like what I do here. And yeah, but it's, you know, you can't get much better than building anything, whether you're building up a car, fixing a car, building a house. When you get done with that project, you know, it was all worth it. You know, when I walked away from that house and knew that I'd stood 40 feet off the ground and built a roof, you got nothing but pride for that, you know. And so you can't ever replace anything like that. You can't ever replace the knowledge. You know, I carry that with me forever. Same thing with the cars. You always got to drive one every day. Might as well figure out how she operates.
Oh yeah, repairs can be quite expensive, that's for sure. So do you concentrate more on like the funner side of woodworking there, tables and stuff like that? That's cabinets. Always a lot of fun.
I'm honestly not as much of a finish worker as I really enjoyed the framing aspect, the rough framing. I can do anything I put my mind to, you know. I understand electrical. I've actually thought about getting licensed for it. I got all those kind of things, but when it comes down to pretty work, I mean, I like it, it's great, but it's not one of my favorites, and I don't know why. I guess the fear of messing it up is a little bit on the anxiety side. And maybe a lack of creativity. I'm not a visual person right out the gate. I don't necessarily like the coffee table on my Instagram. I wouldn't have had the design in my brain for that. Junior said, hey, this is what we're doing. You want to get on board with it? I said, hey, I'm a hand. Let's do this. I'd love to learn. But that wasn't something I can bring up in my brain. I've been a big music person, and what I like to do is create through like a guitar or play drums, or I have a studio equipment here. And so where my creativity comes in is a lot in that. But I really do enjoy working with wood. I'm just not a visual person for it. I used to tell them all the time, I don't have the vision, but I can follow a plan.
So let's go that route then. What kind of music? What kind of music do you like to create, and how much does cannabis play a role in the creation of?
That was a big one. Um, so cannabis will always play a role in everything I do. I mean, it's what keeps me, honestly. But so we'll start with genres, and I love just about everything. I can get down on some country. I can get down some old Johnny Cash, Charlie Pride. I can get down some new EDM, Excision. I got uh I love metal. I love Slipknot. I love Marilyn Manson. It really doesn't end. I love Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole and Mac Miller. And it's really hard for me to say I hate something in music, because that's like walking up to a beautiful piece of art. Like 10 people are like, man, I really like this. You're like, yeah, it looks like shit though. And you walk away. That's not necessarily cool. And so, I can listen to a song and say, I really like that drum beat. I'd listen to it again just for the drums. I like that guy's voice. I like researching bands. I like figuring out how they got together and how they made their career. Um, I have everything, no, not everything, but I have a few specialties I like to play. I have a 12 string acoustic. It is one of my favorites. You almost cannot play that wrong. It's just so pretty. And I have a 7 string I'm real fond of for like metal. I used to do work with an at-risk youth organization for teens, and we did drug and alcohol counseling. And the way that we did that is we would encourage them to find a form of creativity that would lead back to them engaging more in school, because they had a one-on-one counselor. And the way the program worked was really cool, because we also had kids that struggled with depression, suicide as well. And so we would be on call. And basically, if you were struggling and called and we picked up the phone, we could, start being a mentor for that person in a time of need. So it's a really cool process. But we had a studio, and we would get kids writing songs. We would get them rapping. That was a big one for me to get into rap, because I was always into metal. And I met this guy, really awesome guy. His name's Salilo Marfil. He has the biggest heart of anyone I've ever met. He's an artist over here in Oregon. And shout out to him and Ascending Flow, the organization he runs, because he'll do anything he can to give kids a better future. And so we set up a studio. We set up parades. We set up all sorts of things. We had them performing at parades, concerts. We actually got them on stage, or he did, I should say. This is before I started. But he actually got the kids performing with Afro Man and Andre Nicotina, which I thought was pretty cool. Because, I mean, you're a 14-year-old and you just did the song that you made after school with Afro Man. You're feeling pretty pumped, in the rap community especially. And so, that's I got really heavy into beat making, trying to produce EDM music, and just kind of following that because that's what the kids loved. And through helping them, I grew a real appreciation for hip hop culture, the art, and everything that's involved with it as well.
It's awesome. That's awesome. Everybody, that's another. That's it. It's just as good about as cannabis. I think everybody escapes into music. That's for sure, or it can relate memories to certain songs with moments and shit like that. I definitely, it's more most of my day. Music or audiobooks, one or the other usually, but music's always had my heart first and foremost.
You actually have a special spot, Eagle. I stopped my music the other day to listen to one of your podcasts. I went to turn on a song and I went, I want to listen to Eagle today. So
Nice.
yeah, I actually changed the route of the day on that one. Yeah, I think, it's always been therapeutic for me. If I'm in a bad place, I can always bring myself back to center with music. Give me five, give me a song I need to hear, and we'll be okay. Uh, it brings people together. When I used to go to the raves, I still would like to, but now with all the stuff and the concerts and prices, it's just outrageous. But no, that's actually false. I'm going to go see a band here in July that I really like, but they're not well known, so it's not going to cost me an arm and a leg. But when I went to the raves, there was such a sense of community. There's this whole plur thing, and you do a handshake, love, respect, unity, you swap bracelets to say things, and you have a generally good time with people that you don't know. I'd go into crowds and I'd be dancing around, doing my thing, acting a fool, and there'd be somebody else out there doing the same thing. And we'd see each other, start headbanging together, have a good time. And then you never saw that person again. But that's a moment I'll never forget. I'll never forget that guy's face. I'll never forget when you find somebody to dance with, and you just always remember that moment. You remember how the bass felt, you remember the euphoria, you know. And so that's one of the things that I always really enjoyed. Music will bring people together. It will bring different people together. One of the biggest arguments I've ever had over music was when Skrillex became an artist. And now, what a lot of people don't know, Skrillex was been from first to last prior to being Skrillex. So he was actually in a metal band prior, and he blew out his voice box, switched to EDM music. And this guy's telling me electronic music has no talent. And I said, man, you got to sit in front of a computer screen for 190 hours and click buttons. It's tedious. It's hard. It's timing, it's pattern recognition. There's so many things. You can't just say it doesn't take any talent. Everything takes some sort of skill. And he said, he goes, well, the Doors were a real band. They wouldn't respect him. And I said, funny you should say that. The Doors has a song with him. And they do. They have a song with Skrillex. So you got the Doors from way back when playing with this new age EDM artist and having a blast, talking about how much you love the experience. And, it doesn't get any better than that. It doesn't get any better than, Johnny Cash calling Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails and saying, hey, can I do your song Hurt? I think it's great. As a man of metal, he wasn't on the phone with Johnny Cash like, get off my song, you're not my genre. He went, this is fucking Johnny Cash right now. Yes, you can. That's bringing people together. Two different people from two different worlds coming through music. So it's a really beautiful thing in my eyes. I gotta plug this in.
So do you vent through music? I know that sounds like a silly question. I'm sure you do. But is it like one of those things like your garden? You necessarily don't want to go into the studio with the wrong type of attitude, or do you? Have you ever went into your area and through like hit record and vented it in any kind of mood, bad, good, sad, whatever, and then played back and went, wow, that's kind of fucked. Yeah. That mood's kind of fucked.
I wrote a song just for kicks one time, and I don't even have it. I lost a lot of what I did. I had a phone that I did a lot of my songs on, and I had a buddy just messing around, pushed me into some snow, and I lost probably 4 years of work. And so, but I had one song that said, all stoners aren't happy, was the title. All stoners are not happy. And it talked about, that you, regardless of how fucking stoned I am, you still can't push buttons. Just because I'm happy doesn't mean you can't push and push and push and push and push. And so that's basically what the song was about, is no matter how great you're doing, somebody can come along and really try hard to change that. And no matter how high I am, you still can make me angry. And so that was the whole premise of that song. So I've definitely vented. Absolutely. I went in there on all sorts of substances and made music on different things over the years. For a short time, I was actually doing music for a burlesque troupe. And they're the ones that dance like the old, the dresses and pasties, and it's all real classy. It's real classy. You know, they wear costumes and there's a theme. And, you know, when I was first starting to mess with my studio, I started mixing songs together for one of my friends and doing little mixes for her.
That's pretty cool.
So I've been all over the board with it, you know. I'm a fairly happy person these days. You know, depression doesn't bother me anymore. My anger doesn't really bother me as much as it used to. But I would still love to make like happy music for sad people. You know what I mean? Like maybe you don't. I guess that was probably a stupid question. That's a weird contradictory statement. But you know, I still like sad music. I think that sad music helps me remember that I used to be sad and I'm not anymore. And so you can have happy music for sad people or sad music for happy people. You have really happy people. They're like, yeah, you know what? Somebody else feels sad today, but I love it. You know, and so, you know, no matter what state I'm going to be in, I think that my creative energy will probably always draw from those parts of my life, regardless of what I make.
As somebody that creates music, what do you think about some of the new music, especially some of the newer music that the younger generation, the kids are listening to? Seems to be a little gray, but that's just my take on it. Yours, what do you think?
I think it depends on which genre you look at. I think with people like J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar that are out there being storytellers, or NF, who are talking about, you know, he has the songs My Depression, My Stress, what he's going through, Leave Me Alone, you know, and the stuff like that. So you have a level of music coming back to some honesty where people are talking about what is really going on and what's really affecting them. And then you also have fad rappers, you know, on the other side that are going to try to sell a gimmick. Like one of my opinions would be 6ix9ine. Not my favorite person, you know. Also, really hard to say that it's garbage because when I was a kid, I listened to a lot of metal. And man, the scrutiny I got for people telling me that my music was just a bunch of screaming. But I heard stories in that music. I heard songs that meant something to me in my life. And you may not like particularly 6ix9ine, for instance, but there's probably somebody out there who hears his song, might have lived through an instance, and that touches them. The world is not what we knew it when we were children, by far. It has changed drastically. There's things that I said as a child that I can't say now. Just vocabulary has changed. And to think that it would always say the same or represent the same scenario when what people are pulling from is actual instances of their life when they produce under most circumstances, you know, makes me believe that maybe the music isn't changing, but the world around us is. And we don't necessarily recognize the change until somebody else points out the struggle. In a sense, you know, we don't necessarily see the same problems that these kids today see. There's so much going on with um, just this gender thing and you know, not knowing who you are and things like that. So then you see somebody like 6ix9ine with the rainbow hair and everything, and you think maybe that was his story. Maybe that was coming up in this age where, you know, it's not a definitive yes or no here or there, and there's a lot of gray areas these days, and that's what he brought with him. Still not my favorite person. I don't like his music. But to say he's not an artist or to say that he's garbage would make me, you know, kind of like the guy that I, you know, told the Skrillex was a talent. And he said, well, the Doors wouldn't respect him. Well, that's very absolute to say, you know. But I listen to a lot of stuff. I listen to rappers that talk about sex, drugs, money, and violence. I listen to a lot of music about situations I've never been in that I just love for the fact that it tells a story that I haven't been in. And it gives me world perspective. You know, something I've learned from being sick is no matter how rough you have it, somebody else has it much worse. I don't feel good and everything hurts. But I met a man in the hospital one time who had MS and had nobody really to help him. And I was just trying to be nice, help. I saw he was a little struggle, so I brought him water and we sat down and talked for quite a while. And I just realized sometimes it's worse. And I think that music can do that too, whether it's painting a picture of current events, past and prior events, or even something we don't understand. Somewhere out there feels that.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, I listen to ridiculous music. I have bands that, man, there's people who don't even like me playing my music. Just, ridiculous stuff. And I'm all for shock value. To look at like Marilyn Manson when he was doing his shock value and how highly I supported him. And then, 6ix9ine's out there with his rainbow hair shocking everybody. You're like, oh, I remember being a teenager. I remember wanting to get out there and be a little rebel. I almost got kicked out of high school for all sorts of crazy shenanigans. I barely passed. So I remember wanting people to pay attention to what you were doing in one form or another. And that's what a lot of things are today is, we got an emphasis on attention.
So do you think people like I heard you mention Marilyn Manson there, way off topic there. Do you think now that like the latest things he's gone through with kind of the church, publicly going to church there with Cayenne West,
Cayenne Pepper West.
Yeah. Fucking thank you for catching that. Fucking can you honestly go to one of his concerts now after seeing him evolve that far and go
100%. 100%. Yeah, because Marilyn Manson had that whole thing, but if I don't, okay, so here we go back to bringing cultures together. He also did a cover of Johnny Cash's song "God's Gonna Cut You Down," and he sings, "You can run on for a long time, but sooner or later God's gonna cut you down. Go tell that long-tongued liar, go tell that midnight rider, rambler, the gambler, backbiter, God's gonna cut you down." Now, none of that did they say that you were like a bad person for not praying or this or that. They're just saying that when you work against your fellow man, what's done in the dark will be brought to the light, and you will atone for it. There are 1,000. I'm not a believer in, again, you get 1 million people to say their religion's a religion. Who's to take that from them? But I don't necessarily believe in the construct that is religion. I don't think that, God necessarily wanted you to go pay money to worship him. I don't believe in things like that, but I think that, Marilyn Manson could also show faith in something and not believe in it entirely. Or we all change, people who thought I would never change think it's really weird seeing me sober and skinny. They never thought I'd change. Now, I can't say that I understand his, reasoning for doing everything. But if I was going to take a guess, I would think that he doesn't not believe in God. He doesn't believe in a constructed religion. And that's something I've seen a few times in his interviews where he's talked. They say, "What do you think about the Bible?" And he says, "I think it's a great story. I think it has anecdotes in it that you can take things from, but I do not believe it to be the truth." And, whether you're here or not here on that, if you were to take that back to a lot of the old ways where they said God is in your heart, not in the church, so it's hard to see where he's coming from. But I've seen a lot of different faces to it. And I think a lot of that stuff could have been done the same way like Eminem did a lot of his music. Like, Marilyn Manson was on the track, Who I Am. I am who I am, whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would you say I am? And so if, they they had those ridiculous rumors, he moved his ribs so he could, suck his own wang and stuff. Like, at what point in time would you not look at somebody and go, yeah, if I can do that, why wouldn't you think I could do more? Like Wizard's first rule out of the Sword of Truth series is that people are dumb. Wizard comes out of his house and they're like, oh no, he's going to turn us into frogs. He's like, yes, I can do this. And you believe I can shoot fireballs. So why are you here fighting me? Go home and be safe. And they're like, oh, well, that makes sense. Goes off. He's like, why didn't you just fireball him? He's like, you think I could really shoot fireballs? No, they just thought I could. So, at some point in time, you land on something that works, and maybe that was a persona. And you can see that with new artists today who create alternate personas. Tyler the Creator is one of them. That guy could be 5 different personalities in the same 5-minute interview if you wanted him to. As artist, there's a new one out, Oliver Tree, and everything he has for his music is a fake persona, but he talks about real life events, how he was a pro scooter rider and he broke his ankle and everyone disowned him and stuff. And all the songs are true, but the persona isn't. That's not who he is, not what he looks like, but everything in the music is true. So, Marilyn Manson also is very highly known to be a drug addict. A lot of people in his circle have said he does a lot of drugs. It could be sobering up and finding God. So many possibilities. And we would give that to the average person where we wouldn't allow a celebrity to have it because of, that. But we have to believe that they're people too. Or at least once were before the music industry got a hold of them.
So how do you use cannabis in your did you say currently caregiver? Is that what
No.
took?
I'm not currently a caregiver, but I was for basically 3 children. I got, I was legally taken care of 2, but you have 3 children in a house. Like, why are you not going to watch the 3rd child? No, you just go play with fire, Timmy. I'm not paying for you. You don't do that. And but we used a lot of the RSO. I was a mix on both. I wanted to find a smokable medium for him because the way that I see it is if you give somebody an RSO and then you're decarboxylating marijuana, you're trying to get that more into the body. And so RSO is going to slow down physical tics. You're not going to have as much of this. You're not going to have as much of stemming. You're not going to have as much flailing. But you're also in risk of making him tired, sleepy, sluggish. And no one really wants to do that if you're going to send him to school and make him think. And that's, just basic treating people like humans on that one. And so I advocated that smoking medium might help with the frontal lobe kind of processing, where he might slow down a little bit in the brain, but his body isn't restricted to not being able to move, which would be less frustrating to me if I was to be in that position. And we did that the first year. And when his, everything came around for the end of the year, we had knocked 7 violent behaviors off of his school record and like potential hazards, that you could run into working with him at school. 7. And that was an unprecedented amount for him at that time. And so, I would do some sort of smoking medium in the morning with him. And then because I always smoke, because I obviously smoke as well. And then, get that into him. And then if it was a particularly rough morning, we might do a little bit RSO, just a little bit. But that wasn't necessarily until the evening when he came home, because it's kind of like coming home and smoking a joint after work. You're stressed, your body's holding tension. Maybe he's had a hard day with the aides. Maybe they weren't feeling it that day, so it was hard for him. Who knows? And so when you do the RSO in the afternoon, he could kind of sit down, relax, and I felt that there was more processing of what happened in the day that led to less aggressive behaviors, because he got some time. He got some time to relax, not to be wound up, to sit around, think, and then we go do some chores, or start dinner, or clean something, or just work on our normal house, keeping ourselves clean. And through that, we changed eating habits. We got salads mixed into the routine more frequently, fruit introduced, healthier food options for sure. And I just, again, I can't advocate for it enough in that sense. And it's a hot topic on that. I think that's why I like talking about it, because some people agree, some people disagree. But when the medication regimen was set and his team that had been working with him for years saw the difference, I don't think there was a person that wanted to change anything, because it just levels. And a lot of it was also getting in there and doing a lot of emotional skills building, uh, working on comprehension of hurt. You hurt somebody, that's bad, that should make you feel a little bad because you hurt them, you're physically biting them, yeah. And I think cannabis opened up those pathways a lot more for empathy. I saw a lot more empathy when the mind wasn't going a million miles a minute.
It definitely can do a lot of neurological rebuilding too. That's for sure. As far as the oils goes, or so I've heard lately. Do you find that it has helped in that kind of way at all with dealing with it?
Oh, absolutely. 110%. There is, I mean, it is an unmistakable and immediate difference. You can go from being able to have him work with you through chores, and you can miss some of these doses, and then the next thing you know, he's attacking or he's violent again. And it was to a point where when we approached doctors with this, there wasn't a lot of question. Everyone already knew the severity of the situation, really, and why we kind of had to get some of that under control. Because I mean, I'm 6'6", and again, about 300 pounds, and that kid could come at me and knock me down. Just full dead sprint, 9-year-old knocks me on my butt. Boom, and there we go. And so he's a very strong and strong-willed child, and love him for that regardless, always will. Anyone tell you you're different, uh it definitely is a difference. And there's been times where he's missed doses and medicines and things like that, and it's give it a few hours and you'll see his brain change. You'll see him start ticking more, walking on his front tiptoes again, pacing, chattering, all that kind of stuff.
The studies are still out very much so on cannabis oil use and the youth. We definitely know that the CBD receptors are there and being used at an early age, but they're finding out as we grow older, the functions on what they do change with age. So it'd be nice to see a little bit of study there on how it may hinder or help development in the long term. But as far as, medicine for a child, I'm an advocate. We talked earlier on about how brutal pharmaceutical medicines can be. Not only that, but super, super expensive, for a family to endure as well. So, if it seems like a win-win to me, we know the side effects from cannabis, or at least what we know of now, are way, way, way less than that. And even more so, as an adult, uh, yourself, we talked about it, myself and others, as you're going through that withdrawals or whatever you went through because of medications or whatever you're taking through that cycle, you can get lost in the ability to know that you're going through that. But moreover, you can at some point realize you're going through it with that and communicate, where a child may not know. You know what I mean? They're still growing and learning their body, and they may have a hard time explaining what's going on from side effects and shit like that. So I'm an advocate. I'm open minded about cannabis and the younger generation. You're muted, brother. You muted.
Whoops. Yeah, I definitely advocate it, and in my advocation, I would only advocate it for him. He is a rare case. I would not advocate it for his brother or his other brother. I would say absolutely not. I don't agree. And, it was only because I thought it could help. And also, some of the medications he was on for the seizures had even more serious side effects, like removal of skin. And I was like, what does that mean? They're like, sometimes the skin could come off. I'm like, well, have you thought about weed? So, and that wasn't an easy discussion either. Not a lot of people want to consider that. And I got some pushback initially, but when you believe in something, you believe in it. And again, only advocate for that scenario. I would only advocate for that in another scenario with similar settings. Other than that, I'm a firm believer that, we should try to keep people from using as many substances before the age of 21 to get full mental development. I really do think that that you really should develop before messing with those terms, because things you do are permanent. And a lot of studies suggest that people who do large amount of drugs can get stuck in an age. Like you don't mature past 18 if you start doing meth at 18. Not necessarily those words so harsh, but if you start doing it at 18, you might get stuck into a loop. And then when you stop at 24, you still kind of act like that 18-year-old kid until your brain kind of catches up with the lack of development. And that's just what I've heard from the drug and alcohol community, being as one of my friends works as a counselor. So that's what I've heard they say, about all that. So I think the development needs to still happen, I think that, what a lot of kids do, you go out there, you smoke some weed, you hide from your parents. You're not doing that, but you can't be giving it to them every day. You can't be like,
I'm not advocating for it, like say in that sense. I'm more talking for seizures and stuff like that, to be clear.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It should have a reason for it, but I know there's a lot of people out there that use it very freely like that too. And I definitely don't agree with that at all. So
and it's just your human nature, and I can see your point, especially in younger generations with any substance. If you replace that with an artificial substance, your body usually stops function of it. You know what I mean? And anything at an early age, like you're saying, if you've shut off or told your body to stop functioning that way, it's definitely going to have hindrance in the long run. I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah, that was one of the things I used to tell a lot of the kids in the Ascending Youth program that I worked with was, I'm not against experimentation or this or that. Growing up, you're going to do what you do, but you should think of some long terms, given you only get this one chance to develop. You only get this one chance to turn into whoever you're going to be. Do it up, make it right.
So do you plan to start cultivating for yourself at some point? Or is it just do you not do it for other reasons?
So the process I got here is I live up on a mountain. And when I say I live up on a mountain, we're like 5,600 feet above elevation. And so we're quite a ways up there at the top. And we don't drill for wells because it's a really expensive process to hit absolutely nothing but rock. And so I have to haul my water in. And the first couple of years up here, I've been working on fixing the establishments that were up here, making houses out of them, because we are, technically on an agricultural land thing. It's a real weird development. But anyways, the first couple of years I've been working on getting the family set, getting the kiddo's bedroom and, just kind of making this house a home. Secondly, up to that was starting some livestock. So we started off with 3 chickens and we're up to 8 goats now. And then we have, our water supplies and our set up for that. So now it's time to expand and get a bigger water truck, some more tanks. And then, when I can give water to my plants without my chickens needing it, wholeheartedly would love to do that. And so that's kind of my process. That's one of the things I'm doing with the Igor Figures It Out channel is I think that there's not enough knowledge on cars and there's not enough dumb people knowledge like me. There's not enough people. Like I go look at a video and some guy goes, okay, so you take your bolt and it just pops right off just like that. Super easy. It ain't ever worked like that for me. And I think it would be great to have somebody who comes up and goes, all right, we're going to crank this bolt off. Boom, broke the head of the bolt. Crap, and then you're like, well, what do you do then? You get your welder, blah, 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 blah. But I think that, those kind of things, there's just not enough information. I have a Suburban up here I've been working on for months. It's the literal, the bane of my existence. I love it so much, but it will not run for me. And I've watched every video under the sun. I've talked to mechanics and everyone says, hey, it should work. Well, should being the operative word, it doesn't. And I think that when you run into issues like that, a lot of people have to give up. And that's not, whether you're doing that or maybe you're chicken sick or whatever, you gotta figure a lot of things out. I just think there's not enough honest channels out there that say, hey, here's a project and here's all the problems I had with it.
I think there's not enough grow channels like that as well. I'll be honest with you. But
there's that one channel, it's called Dad How Do I, and it's a guy who grew up without a father and he shows you how to put a tie on and he shows you how to change a tire, and the channel's called Dad How Do I, and I think that that's beautiful. I think it's hilarious and it's great, and there's so many people out there that are learning to tie a tie right now because of him.
Man, hauling your own water, man, that is off the grid there. It's
well, oh yeah, off the grid, yeah. So we're not attached to the power lines. They run up to the bottom of the mountain. We're at the top, so we have no power from the grid. I have a system right now that does just about everything we need in the house. I can run my mini fridge. We can keep meat and food. I just recently built my addition in my bedroom. When we started up here, it was me, the lady, and the kid in a 10 by 10, sleeping in lofts and stuff. And we've slowly progressed into what we have as a home today. And, it's a struggle every single day. In winter, we get 3, 4, 5 feet of snow. you know, at a time. This last winter, we got just dumped on for 2 weeks and we had 3 feet. So, you know, you're constantly, and that's another reason for the vehicles is I have to be able to maintain them to live up here. It's just so hard on them. So we do a lot of things the hard way. My driveway goes up probably 600 feet just in the driveway, just straight up. A lot of those pictures that are on my Instagram of my area, that's actually viewing out. And then if you go straight down, that's my driveway, just straight down off that cliff. And so this last winter, my 4-wheel drives went down. I had three of them, and they all went down on me, every one after another after another. And so we still have it, beautiful little V8 Grand Marquis car. And we have walked 5 miles to get home while carrying supplies up this hill. Just, you know what? I need propane and gas. It ain't going to do itself. And then, you know, you do stuff like that. And then you get to walk outside your house, shoot your gun or yell or do whatever and be free. And you go, this is just kind of worth it. It's just kind of worth it. I don't have to worry about neighbors. You know, all my neighbors are my best friends. My best friend lives this way. My brother lives that way. It's always a great party. You walk out, you go knock down somebody's house, have a cup of coffee in the morning, smoke a joint, talk about your plans for the day. Everyone says go team, slaps fives, and gets the property done. You know, we work with a lot of synergy up here. You know, the people right now that are working to pay off blank, blank, and blank. I'm staying at the property right now after we just got done with the houses, and I'm working on blank, blank, and blank. You know, if there's a problem, we got to get it figured out. Somebody will come up and say, hey, you know, this is handled Tuesday. You're like, wow, it's really nice not to have to worry about that. Thanks. You know, and so we work with a lot of that kind of synergy as much as possible.
It's awesome. It would seem almost necessary.
You know what they say with the old Courage the Cowardly show? Strange things happen out in the middle of nowhere. If Courage had a friend, he'd have done better. But you know,
awesome.
Yeah, it's great out here.
Close by too.
And you know, being out here, you know, when I met my brother, I have a tattoo on my neck, a little cut here line. He tattooed freehand. And when I first met him, you know, I was drinking in town with another buddy of mine, which we no longer talk. He kind of didn't clean his act up, and I feel sorry for him, but can't love toxic. And so he brought me up here and did the tattoo. And me and my brother have been going ever since. He's my brother from another mother, but I can still call him my brother till, you know, day I die. I've done more with that man and by that man's side than I have with any other my family members or people I know, honestly. And likewise for him. And so I met him, he did the tattoo, and he just made it look doable up here. You know, he sat down one time with me and he told me the path that you can walk up here is not an easy one, but it's walkable if you want it. And I said, I kind of think I want this. And I started out on a property with my buddy who didn't clean his act up. And we had a trailer. And after everything for me kind of went downhill in town, and I just was running into a lot of issues is when I came out here for some peace and some time to myself. Also trying to sober up. I'm 45 miles away from the closest person that I know. It's a lot easier to stay clean. You know, it was a lot easier to make that transition if you can put yourself in an area where you're not tempted. And so I came out to this trailer, I sobered up. I had no heat. The first winter was ruthless. Ruthless. I had snow. I'm 6'6", or I am a tall dude. I had snow up to my wiener, and that was no joke. I had to walk and like hold my stuff. Like it's everywhere. My dog, he's a little pit bull. Same issue. Was not happy with me. He tried to come out here and like, you ain't gonna like it. He jumps out of my Bronco. All I see is whoosh and a tail sticking up. And you know, we started out there in that trailer with it being cold, and they had a heater. The ladies before me had bought this stove. It was about this big. Now imagine a whole wood stove, and you can fit the size of your fist wood in it. So about the time you get warm, I got warm one time and I passed out for 30 minutes, woke up and I was cold. And I've never been more furious in my life. Worked that hard to be able to be cold. And so, it was that struggle. And I used to go over to my brother's house at the time, which we were just friends, just learning each other and meeting each other. And I'd go over to his house and I'd warm up. We go to my house, we cut wood because the people on his property at the time had taken all of his wood he had cut. And we cut wood for his house, put it in the house, stay warm. And that was literally our process for 4 weeks, just surviving, just hand in hand, boiling water, just making it. And he was already pretty well established. He had his set. It was me that was really, trying it out for the first time. So he watched me struggle, watched me sit there and do that and show dedication for a whole winter. That was after that, it was all history. Said anybody can do that belongs up here.
It's since then, tough living right there.
And it makes for some of the most beautiful transitions. My girlfriend that I have now moved out here with me. When I lived in that trailer, I told her, I said, hey, I live in a trailer with no heat. She's like, okay, I'm sure we can do something about that. And we've been doing that ever since. We've been building ever since from that moment up to do something better and better and better. And I'm really happy to say I think we finally have a good portion of it.
It's awesome, man. Really, it's off. And is the dream, I think, for most people is to basically be off the map. You know what I mean? Doing it for yourself. Cheers to you.
With the following the energy, being in town was really hard. The city that I live in has a fairly high crime, drug, and poverty rate all at the same time. We were like top 5 on some lists for those things. A town of like 25,000 people. So waking up every day and seeing everybody living their lives or slamming their car doors and throwing stuff because they're unhappy, and just being around that really kind of brought my mood down, my overall happiness, because I felt bad for the other people who were unhappy around me. And when I wake up now, I look out my window, I see my trees, and I go, I'm the only one who affects my mood today. It's just you can't beat it. You can't beat not having people in your yard. You can't beat not having the hassle. But you got to be willing to do some things. You got to be willing to haul water. You gotta be willing to learn and adapt to new skill sets. Working on cars was not something I was even decent at. Now I'm like kind of sort of decent at it, but I got to keep going if I want to make this easier. And so without being able to evolve and adapt, it makes it really hard too. It's cool because
during this rough time during the last few years, you were probably like, this is definitely the fucking place to be.
Absolutely. It's hard to think that at some point in my life that this was completely off limits for me. I never would have thought I would do this. I never would have even believed I'd have the motivation in myself, because I wasn't always a motivated person. I was a pretty lazy person the first half of my life. And so I'm making up for it now by working up here. My brother was the one who told me, that the path that you can walk is hard. And then a couple of our friends have actually wanted to move up here and start life out here, and have actually put, plots on properties and worked really hard to get out here and things like that. So it's even cooler to see You know, like now we got neighbors we know down the road because they saw us do it, which we saw, you know, somebody else do it. And you kind of see that progression of this eye opening. Well, if they can do it, and then, you know, you watch people be really happy with the choice that they made, or, you know, they're after taking that first deep breath and going, I really enjoy the quiet.
As you see people go down that road, are you like, fuck?
Dude,
there's another one.
COVID.
There's another.
That's dead ass what we do. Absolutely. We were driving down the road the other day. We saw a truck pull off to the side. They're cutting roads. I said, there's no fucking person up here. I looked at my brother. I said, we're going to have to move farther away. It's getting too populated. I saw 2 people on this road today. I remember when y'all never used to be here. But, you know, I've watched since the COVID, the pandemic, and people and their money, they come out here because land was cheap. Keyword was, they're jacking it up. But they come out here, they got money. You know, one guy literally came up and was like, hi, I'm Mr. Big Bucks from California. I have a lot of money. So I told him, hey buddy, first of all, I wouldn't go around a mountain in the middle of nowhere screaming that. I just personal security on my end for you. You know, like that seems like a bad idea. And he's just like building this house, building this thing, putting it up. First winter hits. The driveway to his house does this, and it's all rock. And I'm looking at it going, well, I mean, I hope you're a really talented driver. And because they had literally no inclination of what the weather was like, I haven't seen either of those people in their little side-by-side houses show up all winter. So, you know, you've got this weird thing where it's going to be a small economic collapse, right? We got this little area out here. People want to move. They want to build these $30,000 plots of land, try to sell them for 40 grand when we're getting land for 7 out here and doing our own. And then you're going to have people in and out of these places constantly, in and out, in and out, in and out, because they don't understand the weather. And they're not prepared for that 4 feet of snow in their driveway. And, you know, then you're going to have these houses that sit and sit and sit and sit, and then it's going to bring the values back down again. You're going to be able to buy that house and that property for 7 grand. You know, and I watched that happen. I mean, that's just my theory, you know, but I watched probably 5 or 6 people move in last summer that are now gone this spring. It's just, this is reality. I did a lot of, you know, research, and I was lucky that I had somebody to walk me through it and know what I was getting myself into. You know, just kind of like when our friends moved up, that was the first thing I did. I was like, yeah, it's a great idea. You want to hear the 5 reasons that you probably don't want to do it? Just out the gate, save yourself a headache if any of these sound like deal breakers. You're on mute.
Thank you. Living out in the middle of nowhere isn't definitely for everybody. That's for sure. I actually did never even think that cabin fever was, yeah, you've heard of it, whatever. But until you've experienced being locked up in a fucking, you know, covered in snow, or being, you know, surrounded by deep snow for fucking damn near 8 months, you don't know how much you've been tested.
You better really enjoy yourself as a person. You better really enjoy your own company and think you're one of the funniest people you know. Otherwise, you will get so bored.
It was funny because it was that mindset that when the pandemic did come on, and they're like, all right, you got to stay home and all that good shit. I was like, so normal day.
Normal day.
At least I'm stuck here with a bunch of weed, you know. Things could be worse.
News came in. Seems like nothing's changed.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of weird to watch the world kind of get used to your lifestyle. You know what I mean?
It looks like it's an amateur hour out here. Your rookies never spent some time with yourself. Yeah, it's
I
definitely
couldn't
why I
imagine
like
pulling
having a
my own
community.
water, man. That's a whole nother piece to the puzzle right there.
Speaking of puzzles, doing a lot of those things when you're alone. Yeah, it's a whole shock to it, but I've learned a lot of skills that I always had, but I utilize them more out here, like bartering or trading work for something. You know, a lot of the stuff I got, even the wood in my house, was actually free. I've do a job and walk away with this, do a job and walk away with that. Just, I got a white oak flooring I just put in. We did a small job. Dude gave us all his old white oak flooring, $7 a square foot. It's expensive. And he's like, yeah, I don't need it. I'd love to see it in your house. And it's just stuff like that is awesome. It doesn't get much better than that. So, you get out here, you get that community, you get in a pickle and you call your neighbor. He comes up with his 4-wheel drive and pulls you out. And then the next thing, 2 weeks go by, he calls you up. He goes, hey, I got stuck this time. You're like, I got you, buddy. It's community.
So to cover the music, what else do you like to do when in your spare time up there on the hill?
I don't know. I've kind of gotten into rock climbing recently.
Oh, nice.
We have some little boulders and stuff out here that are on my property that are actually climbable. And I'd like to put in some anchors and maybe a little rope off of one of the boulders we have out here and maybe get some of the kids taught up on how to rock climb. We also want to do an airsoft field. I think that would be pretty legit. We have enough acreage for it. So, and being, builders, we could take scraps and just build bunkers, and we got tires and, again, start teaching, gun safety and all sorts of stuff. Or, hey, I've had a hard day. Let's take it to the field. I want to
Are
get
you
into
guys
tiny homes.
composting up there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. With 8 goats and 3 chickens, definitely. I've got a lot of little compost going. The garden that we had last year, some rabbits got into. We ran a little short on our water. So that's why we got to revamp some processes this year. But we got stuff coming back from last year and we dumped all of our compost over for the winter. So when we turned it over, it was just this rich black soil. So that was pretty awesome to see my potatoes coming back, my kale's coming back, I got some peppers coming back. So that's pretty cool. We got chickens up here. I'm in the process right now, seeing if I can get them to naturally reproduce. So I'm learning about how many eggs they sit on, when they'll start sitting, what I'm looking for. So I'm waiting for them to hit their count right now, and I want to see if I can grow little baby chicks all natural. I think that'd be pretty cool. I definitely want to get into more of a rotation of raising and slaughtering chickens for meat. We're going to be building a dome style pizza oven so we can bake pizzas with wood. And then we also want to vent the smoke off to a cold smoker so you can pull a brick and cold smoke some meat. And next to that project is probably putting in pantries under the houses, building little cold storages, and then smoking meats and storing them, I think, is the next big move to make sure that we just have some stockpiles for everybody.
Yeah. That's pretty fucking awesome.
We also do mushroom cultivation. We had at one point in time, we had a whole clean room dedicated to it. It was freaking cool. And we have blue oysters and black pearls and lion's mane and all sorts of mushrooms. So we have a trichoderma mold up here, and that stuff just spreads everywhere. So I'd like to find another positive but naturally invasive mold to introduce to the area. Something that eats hardwoods. We got a lot of fallen trees and pine needles. You know, chanterelles usually like pine needles in high pH environments with shade. So if we could get some stuff like that going up here naturally, I think it would be awesome to be breeding protein mushroom and those for powders and just all the natural benefits mushrooms have. And then we also have this really cool item up here called artichoke. Come on now, Jerusalem artichoke. And the thing grows in like this flower thing, and it grows nodules under the ground. And the cool thing about this is you can eat it. It has like 26 essential nutrients, vitamins, and minerals in it. You can look them all up. It grows the flower out of the ground. And if you let it flower, you can make tea out of the flower. You can turn the little nodule thingy bulbs in the ground into biodiesel or eat them. You can replace them as a starch in a potato as well, all out of one plant. And they're a super invasive species. It requires very little water to grow.
That's pretty fucking awesome that you deal with the fungi there. Uh, how many different uses are you using that in some of the tinctures? And are you making tinctures out of that, extracting or anything with them? So much good stuff to be had there as well. I've
I would
even
love
heard of a mushroom coffee as late that it's pretty fucking good.
I've seen mushroom coffee. I've never tried it. And that's another one of the things that I was kind of brought into by my brother. He's really good at the knowledge with that as he learned it through his family. And so I haven't got to play around with tinctures or things like that. I think it would be cool to make a lion's mane tincture because they use that in a lot of like nutrient energy shots. Um, and just there's a lot of benefits to that, but it's one of my grayer area knowledges on what the effects per each mushroom would do, since I've never had anything to play with in my hands. We also do meads and wines as well. So we do, I think it would be cool to put some of those, maybe some of the funner ones in the meads, kind of mix them together, make yourself a little tincture mead or something. Ciders and things like that. I mean, just basically anything we can do ourselves, we would like to see it done, be more self-sufficient in that sense. A cider ain't nothing but getting a bucket, some yeast, and some juice and letting that ferment until it's alcohol. When we do mead, we make 14 percenters, so you only need a glass. You're muted again.
Since you're fermenting anyway, are you making any kind of vinegars?
No, I haven't gotten any vinegars.
Ever think about taking your fermenting experience to that process? Or that I hear that's a real art.
Honestly, I haven't.
Vinegars, you know?
Yeah, I've never even given that a thought. That's interesting. I have to look into that. I know that I would like to make pickles. I think that making brine for pickles would be pretty cool. Growing cucumbers, putting them in a jar, getting your dill and garlics and things like that. Growing your own dill and your own garlic to make your own pickles. That'd be pretty cool. So I mean, if you fermented your own vinegar and then put your cucumbers in your own vinegar with your own. I mean, imagine if you just had that down 100%. That would be And this is another one of those things to be really proud about. Be cool.
Yeah, that would be really cool to say you created the whole process there. Isn't that basically in the, again, I'm not very knowledgeable in that process, but isn't that basically the step after in the fermenting process, basically after it's created, the alcohol, don't the bacteria eat up that sugars and then it's turned into a vinegar
Right. Kind of like how
after.
if you let it sit too long, it'll spoil. It'll start to get sour and rancid. So I mean, yeah, I guess you really would just have to let that go. And then once the yeast especially, the yeast would probably keep that eating process going until, you know, that's what would be left would be the vinegar. And you'd have 5 gallons of vinegar. Be a pretty good batch process for that.
Yeah, be pretty cool. And definitely be a cool process. So many things like that I'd like to dip my feet in and in life. There's so many cool things to try, experiment with.
Yeah, I mean, hey, anything, and I've always been one of those people, you can always do whatever you put your mind to, you know. And everyone's capable. And there's so much out there to explore. It's why it sucks if you're stuck to something. It sucks that a lot of people are stuck to maybe TV or some sort of this or that. And they're not getting out more and experiencing life a little fuller. I I don't necessarily care for eggs, and they upset my stomach. I have a very sensitive stomach because of my stuff that goes on with the autonomic dysomnia. Anyways, uh, when I ate the fresh eggs, it triggered a memory. It was like eating eggs as a kid when they still tasted good. And I looked at my girlfriend and I was like, "Man, these things taste delicious. I could eat a lot of this." And so when you get out there and do some of these processes, you realize some of the things that might be going on with your food or your supply. Why do my fresh homemade, chicken eggs taste different than the ones that I'm buying at the store? What makes that different? Chicken egg should be a chicken egg. So
Well, I
it's
think that is fucking what they feed, to be honest with you. I met a lady as of late, built a barn for her, and she was getting sick and she couldn't figure out why. She was like pulling out meats and shit like that out of her diet, and she ended up having a soy allergy. And I was like, I don't think you're allergic to the meats you're eating. I think it's what the meats are eating has a soy base to it, and it's trickling all the way down into the meat itself. And I think she ended up finding some truth to that. So I think that's a lot to be said with the chicken, that egg that you're talking about there. A lot of what they feed that shit. Oh,
right, and like I was saying earlier too, when I did a keto diet and when I was going that far into dieting, I decided I might as well cut out meats with preservatives. And what I've narrowed it down to is if I eat a lot of meats with nitrates in them, my neuropathy will get worse. And if I can reduce my nitrate intake, it will get better. So, I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that we necessarily shouldn't be eating. And even the things we think we should be eating have a side effect. It's one reason I'm not a big seafood and fish fan. I see what we do to our oceans, and they eat that, and it's in their bodies. It's kind of gnarly, you know. Got fish living next to a downed submarine under the ocean, picking up radioactive waves, and then you put that on your plate or something. It has an effect on you in the end, and you never really know why because you got that one animal or that one something, and you don't have a basis for it. It's not like it was hormones or it was whatever. I think,
For me, I think. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just kind of rambling. I was doing the whole mumble, thing.
I think for me, and later in life, the realizations of sugars and the different types of sugars that we take in as adults is as crazy implements on our health overall.
Yeah,
I think
there's a lot of difference
good
between
and
a
bad.
processed sugar and a natural sugar, or eating brown sugar even.
Promoting the good and bad in that gut in your bodies for sure. Ugh.
They did one of the things I watched was this movie called The Miracle Pill, which makes no sense because all they do is talk about food. But anyways, they had an indigenous tribe. And at some point in time, we started documenting the indigenous tribe, and they were these burly men that could pick up, logs on each shoulder and walk with them and do all these things. And the Americans were very fascinated by their strength and their age. They'd lived to be 125. Well, what was your diet? They ate fish, they ate their vegetables, they were around the things that their ancestors always ate. Well, we said, yeah, no, you want Coca-Cola and Rice Krispie treats, don't you? And so we started sending them care packages in the 80s. And what has happened to that indigenous tribe over 20 years is now everyone has diabetes and is dying at like the age of 87. And I don't think it gets much clearer than that, really. You don't get much clearer of a study on what that stuff does to your body.
A little bit of what I've learned as far as sugar is most people think that the most damage we do will cause diabetes, but I come to find out lately where insulin, what do they call it? We have it, too much. We basically are putting out too much insulin.
Oh yeah, like when you build up a tolerance, resistance,
Yeah,
insulin resistance.
there you go. Thank you. And that seems to be a bigger problem in adults than diabetes onset these days. So, one question as I was sitting here listening to you and thinking about you off grid, and you had spoken earlier about body aches and pains and shit like that. Um, the hippie in me wants to ask about have you noticed just better health as far as aches and pains go, being a little bit further up the mountain and a little bit off the grid, not being so close to, Wi-Fi, cell towers, shit like that? Have you noticed just an easement there? Because I've been kind of really looking into like earthing and shit like that anyway. But have you noticed a difference kind of possibly like that?
Absolutely. During the summer times, I walk around barefoot a lot of the times, and I like grounding with the earth. And I believe in grounding with the earth and bringing yourself back to nature. One time we took the boys that I watched on a camping trip, and everyone took their shoes off, ran around for 3 days. And when we got back home, there was a lot more calm in everybody. Everyone was just like more copacetic, happier. And so we made a regular thing out of camping trips because that was awesome to see. And so, that was one of our biggest things that we started was actually going on camping trips to reground ourselves from town and the boys, because it changed everyone's mood, got you out of the house, it got you out of the stress. It's going back to breathing techniques. The being in town causes so much stress. Even in the little town I live in, the traffic's horrible. Everyone's always trying to hit everybody else with cars and stuff. That gets you riled up 14 times a day. You may not notice it. I mean, you may think I don't get angry, but you pick it up a little bit. Frustration's frustration. Sometimes the cup boils over, or the pot boils over, so to speak. And I think people got to get away from that. That's one of the biggest peace of minds I have out here, is that I can be one with nature. I can walk out and breathe the air, and I'm not breathing in pollution. My allergies have actually gotten better living in the woods, if you can imagine. And I think that's just because there was so many people and animals and everything condensed down into one place, along with our poverty situation. We have a lot of slumlords. So there's houses with mold. There's houses that aren't being properly taken care of. And so I would move into a house and just be sick because I'm allergic to mold. And sicknesses. I used to get sick all the time, the flu every few weeks because of my immune system. And now that I'm not ever using a public restroom, well, not that I ever choose to, but in an emergency is emergency. But now that you're not sharing a toilet with 1,000 other strangers, I don't get the flu as much. Now that I'm not in, we made a joke one time. We all went in for a graduation, and I said, we were sitting in the gym, and I looked at everybody, all the adults, and I said, I guarantee you by the end of the week, one of us is sick. And we got done with that. By the end of the week, I was the one who got sick, so I got my wish. But you don't have that germ population as well as the electric. I mean, it's been researched for years that electric lines give you cancer and all that kind of stuff. Living around that isn't good, all the time. Maybe for a while, but I don't know. I definitely do feel a difference in my health. And, maybe some of that is kind of like a pseudo high or fake, a placebo, just loving what I'm doing and being happier with what I'm doing, having a positive effect on my body, changing mind, change your life kind of thing. Yeah, I just, and then they put up the 5G towers and people were getting sick from that, or they were saying they were getting sick. And, there's always a possibility. I don't like radio waves a whole lot because I feel like I can hear them, almost like I can hear a radio station. And I've tried it out a couple times.
You probably can. I've heard of people hearing it. Yeah, that's weird. I definitely heard of that.
And imagine all that noise in your head, but you don't know it's there. Like white noise in the back of your head, and you're just like, why do I have a headache all the time?
There's I forget where it is, but there's a town that's set up for people that have basically that same ailment there, that they can hear, that Wi-Fi signal. But yeah, you're definitely not alone there.
Sorry, I just had the worst thought. Imagine if you could visualize what your neighbor was looking up on the web browser. You're just sitting there, you just have a web page going in your head. You're like, damn it, Bob. I don't know why he looks at women's lingerie. People are just too close, Just too close. They're packed in like sardines. You're not allowed to have a yard.
That's a horror. That's a horror scenario, in my opinion. I'm just trying to still sort out, as far as like we talk about nature and bullshit like that. I got a notification on my weather. I think it was today. Could have been yesterday, but it was air pollution warning or advisory. And I was like, what? Well, my initial thought was like, has there been like some kind of like attack or something? You know what I mean? And then I get reading into it, and basically what it said is the environment is returned. They wanted us to know that the environment had returned to air pollution had return to pre-pandemic levels. And I kind of thought, normal? First reaction, so it's back to normal?
Normal?
You know what I mean? Sadly, you know what I mean? Sadly. But it was kind of disheartening to see, because we all knew and seen the numbers as they kind of improved from staying home, not driving. You know, we did kind of see some pluses in the environment, but it's kind of disheartening to see that it didn't take much of getting back to normal life to see those numbers kind of snap right back.
Right. Well, I those are also touchy subjects these days. The COVID thing and the numbers, I have a hard time believing the statistics. Probably about as much time as I have a hard time believing that the election was completely 100% valid for Biden. And I base a lot of that off of pattern recognition. My phone has told me 4 different COVID numbers on my weather app in the last 3 weeks. 52 deaths, 800 deaths, 40 deaths. And I'm like, well, my weather app can't even keep the COVID death toll right. So it's like, who's to know what even actually happened? You know, the CDC's coming out and saying that they accidentally had some error that, you know, mislabeled people as COVID deaths. And it's like, well, how convenient. If I have a computer error on my taxes, you still take my car. So I, you know, it's one of those things. I think that, you know, yeah, you know, pollution went down, people weren't driving as much, but I think we should see less pollution numbers for the fact that gas in some areas is $9 a gallon. How are people affording enough gas to make pollution?
You know, take this for what it's worth. Take it for what it's worth. It might just be the fucking stoner in me, or how bad of a stoner I am. Or in fact, I shouldn't say that, cannabis advocate. But gas has risen here. Right about close to $2 in the last month or so. Not as bad as like California. We're not seeing $6, $9 a gallon fucking prices yet. My biggest bitch is at my local gas station now for like 2 fucking weeks. Gas is $4.19.
$4.19.
And I walk in there and go, why won't you fucker just put it to $4.20? Why won't you just, you purposely holding it back so we can't giggle
So we
and
can't
say
giggle.
$4.20. Damn.
You're gonna get me at the gas pump and not even give me a chuckle?
Yeah. As
we're
I sit
almost
there at the pump
$6.
every day for the last 2 weeks, that's been my biggest bitch. Why won't they just call it $4.20? Why won't they call it $4.20? We're talking 1/10 of a cent here. Call it $4.20. Damn it.
I think if I had to choose a reason why I'm so mad, it's because they had to do this shit about the time I felt like I got my life together. About the time the only resource I really need is gas for my generator, they want to make that motherfucker $9. We're at 6 right now, and you know we drive 30-something miles into town, so that's not necessarily cheap. We're looking at $25 days every day, and you know to see that like places up north, North Dakota, Montana stuff are trying to start up oil reserves and the government isn't permitting them to do it, really makes me wonder about the whole scenario. If we got them sitting there and we could man them, why aren't we? And I just don't understand it. And it's one of the states, I forget exactly which one it was. I think it was Montana, that is actually like not paying attention to the permits denies that Biden put on the you know the oil refineries there. and he's completely bypassing it. He's trying to pull out states' rights over it, and I think that that's really interesting. The state has to fight that hard to help the country.
333. I'm into angel numbers. I happen to look over and catch that one. I'm a firm believer in that shit, man. I never used to see them, and I not only do I kind of believe in them and believe they have some message, but just seeing them, I believe that it's life's little kind of little flag going, you're on the right path, even though even if you don't look into the number itself. I think just randomly seeing them is kind of reassuring you that you're on the right road. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I have a lot of instances like that where we say we don't believe in coincidences. Everything happens for a reason. And like I bought a car and the car's been nothing but wonderful and great. And somebody offers me up a free car and it hasn't been moved in years. It could have some issues. And I go out on good faith. I'm like, hey, I'll check it out. Why not? Turn that thing right over. I look at the mileage. It's the exact same mileage as the car I already own. Started up after 7 years with bad gas in it. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to, give you some TLC and love you again. And I pulled her out of there and brought her up. But the numbers, I'm looking at the dash. And then we're riding in the car. I look over the dash of the air car says 107. I went, it's just meant to be, I guess. There's your sign, Numbers are everything in this world in the theory of 3, 6, and 9. So, you got to pay attention to that.
How tatted are you? I'm curious. And, by the way, I was wondering as you were talking earlier about the skin coming off there. I thought, holy fuck, have you ever a lot of the tattoo artists these days are trying to push the Sanoderm, basically kind of like the, you know what I mean? Would you be worried, or have you ever had to pull that shit off or something? And like, it's, you know what I mean? It just like ripped it right off.
I have never had that experience with skin, thankfully. That's the stuff of nightmares. I mean, well, I guess they did rip my skin off in dialysis technically, but it wasn't intentional. Like somebody was trying. Pay someone to abuse me. Let my insurance cover that. No, I haven't actually heard or seen a lot of that. That sounds horrifying, sanding skin. I mean, it's gotta be right up there with branding, that's whew. And to answer the other question, the other tattoo I have is actually, let's see if we can adjust this. My arm. And so that's
nice.
the chemical compound for THC delta 9. So, and that's those are the two I got. That one in the cut here line, which is kind of hard to see, but
I seen it. That's what made me laugh. That's what made me ask. I was like, holy shit, is that a dotted line?
All the way around. And I even had my brother put the little scissors like they have on the Hershey bar wrappers where it says cut here. Those little scissors were at the back of the neck. I talked about getting it for a long time. My buddy looked over and said, you won't. And I was like, yeah, well, try me. Let's go.
It's crazy. Yeah. Awesome, man. We share that tattoo, by the way. The Delta 9.
Nice.
THC.
Yeah, okay, I can see it. That's awesome.
Arm there.
Yeah, I want something that wasn't blatantly obvious, so I went with the compound. And the only people that really ask about it are doctors. because they're like, oh, well, what chemical compound's that? You're like, it's THC, and you get the okay. Thought it was gonna be cooler.
I think a lot of people ask about it, and I think it is a cool tattoo. Still to this day, I find there is two distinct people that well, I guess there's three. That there's the people that are in the know. There's of course the people like you said, doctors, science people, which kind of should know anyway. You know what I mean?
Figure.
And then there's the obvious like drug addict that knows it's a drug. You know what I mean? Knows it's something. What's that? What's that special thing you like? You know?
Just out here rocking it, so only people know. You're like, yeah, that's crack right there. Just so you know, now we know.
Yeah, it should be. I should say that one time.
I just really
it's
love
chemical makeup for crack.
Brew coffee, get some crack. Oh man,
I bet you see some fucking heads fucking spin on that reply. What?
No, they just look at my mouth and go, "Oh, okay."
That's funny.
I get a lot of questions about the neck tattoo. That's probably the most common one for obvious reasons. One time we were standing there in line, and this girl, she couldn't have been just barely out of high school going into college, and she's trying not to look so hard, just she's just killing her neck. And my buddy goes, "It's all right to look. If you want, you can practice." And he grabs these scissors out of his back pocket and sets them on the tilt. And the look on that girl's face was priceless. So yeah, you have to have some fun with it, it's all about how you go about the interaction.
Right on. I also have the CBD as well down the backside, but the structure.
Oh, nice. I was noticing the star, not the star. I don't want to call it star. I don't know exactly what to call it on the left arm there.
Transcube. That is what that is. And then I have the flower of life over here.
Nice. Well. I like the flower of life. That one's cool.
A lot of knowledge sank in those two symbols right there. That's for sure. Yeah. So what I can't help but ask, and I hope I'm not offending by asking, what took you to the parlor for that? I actually heard, which one do you want to answer first? Or you want me? I just heard a story on TV, and it's fucking kind of coincidental. I was watching a biker thing the other day about the Hells Angels, and they were talking about they were talking about how you had to go the distance. You had to be down with a brother, no matter what his decision was. And in this example, the guy comes in a vest, and the guy that his senior, I guess you would say, you know what I mean, that senior club brother, it was kind of like testing his loyalty during the probation phases there, and had just decided to give this guy the shit just to see if the other brother would follow. You know what I mean? So he jumped up and he grabbed the guy and he fucking asked him about his best for one thing or another. And I guess it came down to him putting a knife to the guy's throat and fucking, hey, are you with me on this and shit? And he ended up letting the guy go. And as he let him go, the guy says, The brother looked at him and says, you know, if he would have had that dotted line tattoo, I probably would have just cut him. So I can't, you know, coincidental. I just heard that story like 2 days ago, and then you've got. So what made you get the tattoo? What made you get the cut line?
Well, between the depression and the spiral into substance abuse, it was a lot of those two things. It was kind of a symbol to like let a lot of that go in a sense. Like there was a lot of times where this could have been my solution, and it would have been that easy. But I took a harder route, and it kind of shows that there was options. There was always an option, but it was never the right one. And that's kind of why I got it. I want something that could put closure on that chapter of my life in a way that meant something to me.
Right on. Well, I got to tell you, by hearing your story, man, I think you're a strong motherfucker, dude. That's no joke, man. To be what to do go through everything that you've been through and then come out of it with the great attitude that you have is a strong person and an awesome person as well. You know, you've maybe been through the gamut, my friend, but you definitely come out the other side a fucking awesome person. You know, so much respect to you for that, man, for sure.
But I definitely
Uh,
appreciate
I
that.
don't, I don't think, I don't, you know, for real, man. That's like this story, this journey in particular, man. That's quite the struggle, man. You know, everything you've been through is very character building, and you know, to sit here and to say that you beat the pharmaceutical shit and all everything you've told me tonight, man, I'm greatly impressed by your character. So my hat's off to you. Much respect. You know, thank you for telling your story. By the way, uh, you know, people struggle with things, and then a lot of the times, and they close themselves off because they think that people there isn't people out there that can relate with their struggle or have been through that, you know, and just so you know, when night after night people like yourself come on and tell your amazing stories, you know, it does give people strength in a lot of ways, knowing that people have been through what they're going through and you know how they've dealt with it. So I greatly appreciate you having the strength to tell me your story tonight, man. It's, I've taken a
Absolutely.
lot from it.
Absolutely. And I really do hope that somebody does take something out of it. It would make it all that much more special for me. That's one of the reasons I wanted to join with working with the kids. I really thought that getting in there at like a teen level would help with my experience, would help steer some of that. You might change something a little bit if you can sit down and be honest about it. That's one of the hardest things for people in life. I like to say 60% of life is being honest with yourself. You have to sit there and be able to take a self inventory. And when you can do that and really reflect, it doesn't make, there's been parts of this that have definitely been hard to tell because you don't want to deal with stigmas or be labeled. But at the same time, the people that are going to do that were never the one that take anything from your story, anyways. And so, I'm just glad and grateful to get on here. It's felt good telling it. I'm glad that you've enjoyed the conversation. I've enjoyed talking with you for sure. And we will be doing this much, much more in the future on the Weed Nerd World. So it's it's just it's good times all the way around. I just like the wholesomeness of the community here. So I, definitely felt comfortable watching a lot of other people come on here and tell their stories, like Buddy Kilowatt, and that was a very touching story. And Manifest Gardens, I really liked Manifest Gardens story too. He had a lot of really good stuff in there. It just made me think of back when I was, a little younger and I was trying to get into like making oil and stuff like that. And it kind of like brought back some memories for me of, getting into the weed early on. So that's really cool. He's got that going. So, seeing people on here and doing their thing too just makes it that much of an easier environment to just get on bullshit about what's been going on. So definitely is facilitated by the people.
Well, again, as you were talking, I definitely, another reason for more respect there is, you working with the youth there is, you kind of told through your story there, kind of troubled, upbringing. And I myself have had some ups and downs and shit. And anything that we can do, yourself and anybody listening to this is, watch out for the youth to make sure that they don't go through some of the shit that we went through as a kids. I've thought a lot about this a lot lately. I think midlife crisis, as it's been termed, is basically us venting in a lot of cases some of the pain that we've been bottling up through our lifetimes as adults and shit. And I think it is until a certain age that we've kind of become somewhat comfortable with ourselves and kind of letting it vent out. You know what I mean? Through mischievous ways in our older age and shit, reliving some of the childhoods we may have been denied or whatever, you know what I mean, is that coming back out. So, you know what I mean, we can ease any of these views, and in today's not easy, man. This digital age, the social media age, there's a lot of shit that I had to learn to understand. You know what I mean? Some of these things, I had a hard time, the anxieties and stuff like that. I had a hard time wrapping my mind around because it was sight unseen. You know what I mean? It wasn't a drug. It wasn't, you know what I mean? But we definitely have to reach out to a lot of these kids and help keep them on the right path. Let them know that there's people out there that care, you know what I mean, that can help.
Absolutely. And, to leave a problem unchecked just allows it to fester, if no one's willing to do that kind of work, because it's, we used to talk about it when we were doing that. I had some of the more troubled youth that were in the program, and that was my favorite because you got to see the most growth. You got to see the biggest blossom when you finally made that connection, and making a connection was huge. And we used to think back on times in our youth where if somebody turned around and would have said something, it could have made the difference. When I was in high school, I was very, very manipulative of the system. And I used to skip just enough days to not fail, but still be at 13 absences every quarter. When I graduated, I had spent 3 years in high school and I had enough absences to total up a year and a half's worth of time. So I'd only spent half my days in high school. And so I used to manipulate a lot like that, and everyone wondered why. And I got pulled out to the quad by a couple of teachers one time, and they asked my motives. And so I said, well, it's this, 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 and this. And that was an alternative high school, so it was a much more freer area. And the one guy, Tim, looks at me and he goes, if you can play that stupid, why don't you try being smart? And because of Tim, that's why I know a lot of what I do today. He got me in a construction class, but that they were building up, got me in there for 2 periods a day, taught me skills, taught me to work, those trades. I'd already been working a long time in the apartments doing maintenance with my family and stuff. But at that point in time, I was really connecting with a male figure that I was missing in my life at that point in time. My dad was a long haul truck driver, wasn't home very often. When he was, we kind of wished he was still gone. So teenage, right in that pivoting point, And right after he did actually pass away from cancer, I kind of took to that male figure and wanted to learn everything he had to teach me. Yeah, I want to put it indoors. Yeah, I want to put it in windows. Yeah, I want to do this. Just, I felt a connection with somebody who cared. And that molded what I do now today for work. And many years later, 17, 18 years later. And, if more kids had those interactions at the specific moment when they needed them, or somebody available there who genuinely wanted to see that progress, it would make the world a difference in some cases.
So we're sneaking up on the 4 a.m. hour. Did you think that you would make it this close to the full gauntlet tonight?
So I was thinking I might have to stretch a little bit for some information, but I feel like I didn't get it all out. So yeah, I was actually a little surprised. Um, Nobody around me was concerned. I think everyone else thought I could talk. So, I had that going into it. Everyone else was like, yeah, you got 5 hours in you, do it. So,
Been a good 5 hours too.
yeah,
So what haven't we
awesome.
covered? We still have time. What haven't we covered?
Oh, okay. So what I think we should wrap up with a little bit, maybe kind of what my plan was going forward. Like why I'm actually here tonight would be, I mean, I've enjoyed telling my story and letting people know who I am, but some of the things that I'm going to be trying to pull off is going to be a lot more furniture on my page. I do want to, that coffee table that is on there was actually supposed to be raffled off. And I wanted to do, I wanted to make a channel. I wanted to get, people interested in the furniture and things like that and raffle things off. Obviously, I want to get the mechanic work going and get videos going. So I would like to find a project, find something, and then make it teachable. What I have right now is a Durango that has a broken sensor on the top of the transmission. So we're going to be pulling a transmission out of a Durango, which is very close quarters, very tight spaces, lots of little things, 4-wheel drive. It involves a transfer case. And we're going to pull it, replace the solenoids on the top, and put it back together. I also have done oil pumps and transmissions and things like that. Well, the transmission is one of those mystery parts not a lot of people know about. I especially didn't until I researched, and I think that more people should know about proper maintenance, filter replacements, oil changes, and things that could save your car. There's a few things I can suggest to people that can save your transmission from being a $2,600 cost. And I would like to get more information like that out on my channel as I'm going further. I also do like t-shirts and decals, mugs, I like that kind of creative aspect. So I will be doing more custom print t-shirts and just putting more products out there, kind of showcasing what I do. So that's kind of going forward on the Igor Figures It Out channel. I've also be covering a lot of things with animals as well. I've taken over a lot of the livestock up here, and as such, I'm researching a lot. So as I get the chickens to produce babies, I would like to record the babies coming up, the do's and don'ts, things to look out for. Just again putting a kind of human touch on information. It'd be great to see more people get involved with that too. It'd be cool to see more people come up with DIY projects and bring it to a community for, help or something. Because there's enough people in this world that the information should be flowing, should be able to talk to somebody about something. So I think it'd just be great to get out there more. There's a guy that does it on YouTube named Scotty, and he's an old mechanic. And I think it would be great to get some of my videos up there and maybe link up with him eventually. And he answers people's questions on YouTube for stuff. And I have access to machinists and mechanics and people who have all sorts of information who have taught me a lot. And it's like you said, it's about teaching, about getting that out there.
I like it, man. I wish you all the best on that, man. It's an original idea. It sounds very watchable, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I like it, man. I hope it does well. I hope everybody fucking subs up. I think undoubtedly, I think everybody that watches this sure we'll be hitting up your Instagram and now. So is it the same as the name on the screen there? Is that the
Yes.
YouTube
Oh,
channel they can find you?
so I'm gonna have to fix that, and I apologize in advance, but I'm pretty sure I swapped those. So my Instagram should be BWM Igor, and then this one I think I did EgoreBWM. So again, I do apologize for kind of the rookie mistake on that, but I'm gonna be consolidating to something you can follow a little better. As I just, first time's gotta work out some kinks on my end. So it'll either be the BWM Backwoods Mafia Igor or vice versa on that.
Well, hopefully you'll be around to keep us reminded of video drops and all that, and just hanging out anyway to help remind us
Anyway,
of what you're doing. You know what I
absolutely.
mean?
Yeah,
You
that's one
know,
of the, I'm really excited that I
hopefully
got
this
in
isn't
on
a one
this.
and done.
I'm really excited to have just the access to knowledge as well. You guys, I was listening to you guys on Weed Nerd World the other night talking about your different drops that you do and stuff. And I thought, what a time to be alive. That's the second time to think, I thought that in the last week, just what a time to get into there. And again, I can't thank Blind Cat 420 enough for bringing me around and just basically hounding me until I got on here and started doing stuff, telling me everyone's waiting, come on, get on there. So it's been an awesome experience, and I look to learn from you guys as well, kind of watch how you guys run your channels and things, and how you progress and what you're doing. And I think this is awesome to have all this information available for people and we who can't just Google it readily or get that person to person questioning.
I appreciate the kind words, man. It's kind of weird being 2 years in and kind of thinking I'm still just waking up with the dream. I think that's very important though, with anything. I think you need to adapt, as you go along. Sometimes, it takes a little bit more. The path there isn't as direct as you normally might have see it in the beginning. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to reassess and move things along. But honestly, as 2 years in, for one, I didn't think, I would be here this deep into it. Uh, it's one, so to make it this far, but to be still bright eyed, bushy tail, and want to take it in some new directions that I want to take it, some new dreams, adding dreams to the dream. You know what I mean? Uh, it's pretty awesome, man. So I really hope that you find the same thing in the dream that you're having with your channel. You know what I mean? Hopefully it steamrolls just as quickly. Hope you're 2 years into it and still bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. You know what I mean? Into it. So
I mean, the putting the videos out and doing the things like that, that's how you avoid cabin fever. You're gonna have to make this by socializing. Gotta do something on the mountain. I just I think it's gonna be awesome. There's just so much going on in the world. There's so many opportunities out there to take if you're willing to put in the time. And that's opportunities around every corner. Seize it while you can, be there when you can. That's what I'm doing tonight.
I've been pretty impressed with that mountain internet, by the way.
Isn't it great? We got grandfathered in on US Cellular's plan and we get unlimited data. I play Elden Ring on this thing. Like I remember my PS4. We've done during the COVID, we did the kids schooling off of it. We get to share it, so my girlfriend can be doing whatever she wants on her Wi-Fi, and I can do whatever I want on mine, and the signal's just as good on both phones. Really can't beat it. Shout out to USL, you're lower my bill.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, and it's one of those cool things where you get to wrap two bills into one. So I get to use my hotspot off my phone, and it's my internet, and I don't have to be stuck with a little hotspot for 10 gigs, $60 every month or something. So it worked out.
I'm glad it worked out. Worked out well too. Man, I've been looking at this. How's it changing? You see how it just changed the color? It's
Right.
fucking light. I noticed early on. It makes me look like a sickly blue. There you go. It's giving me a little color there. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that camera. Literally nothing's changing. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's like
just picking up your
I've
tattoo.
noticed I've seen it all night long. I'm like, man, that is funny. I watched me change colors. I'm like, man, that's funny.
Look at that. I'm looking a little blue. It's going to be Smurf Gardens.
That's so funny. Yeah. Well, we are wrapping up close to that 420 mark, man. I am grateful that you came on. This is how it works. It's basically the Zoom link that I sent you this evening is your Zoom link for We Nerd World. Monday nights and Wednesday nights, even though I'm still not used to the West Coast takeover on Wednesday nights. So, in fact, I think I scheduled through this Wednesday. I think I did. So Mondays are always We Nerd Worlds. I tend not to fuck that up. Wednesday nights, plus and minus, are like multiple nights. They could be an organic takeover. Wink, 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 smiley. I see you in chat. Or it could be a West Coast takeover, or it could be a spotlight. But any show that has We Nerd World in it, you're always welcome to. Basically, either they're Monday, Wednesday, or when a show doesn't go the full distance, I pick up with a We Nerd World. You're welcome to any. You don't need an invitation. It's anytime you want to. Blind Cat don't have to be here either. Much love to you, Blind Cat. You're always welcome too. You don't
always
have
welcome.
to have him. Yep, you're always welcome.
Always welcome.
Part of the family.
Well, that's awesome, man. You're gonna see me in there a lot. I've been enjoying the whole network. Man, struggle with that one, but I've been enjoying it. I've been watching you all week, so you're gonna see me on there a lot.
Oh yeah. The other thing I need from you before we part ways is a silly little thing I call the soundbite. And basically, what I am looking for here, my version would be, hey, this is Eagle, and I'm on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 605. You can say whatever the fuck you want before or after that, as long as it has that somewhere in the body of it. I don't care what you say. At some point, this will be a commercial for your episode, and I am ready. Now,
hi, this is Igor BWM Backwoods Mafia, chilling on Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 605. It's been a pleasure to be here. I'll catch you guys later.
Oh yeah, it has been a fucking pleasure, my friend, and I do look forward to seeing you. Thank you for coming and buying us another night hanging out. Time is the most valuable thing we have, and I think you know that. So I can't repay you for the 5 hours you've given me, and that's a good chunk. That's a good chunk. I do greatly appreciate it, though. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Hey, the gift that you gave me was letting me be here. It's been awesome. This has been my first ever podcast or recording or live anything. So, it's a pleasure to be here doing it.
You did well, man. You did very well.
Well,
So
thank you
with
very
that
much,
being
sir.
said, thank you guys for tuning in. You won last time. Get that YouTube channel out there so they can get subbing up to that.
All right, so the YouTube channel is going to be Igor Figures It Out. And that's spelled Egore, figures it out.
You've hopefully seen him in chat the last few days. And if you don't go to the chat or his channel right away, you can always click on his name in chat, go to his channel and sub up that way as well. But I suggest you do. It sounds like it's going to be some good content. So with that being said, thank you one last time for hanging out this evening. Thank you guys, everybody, for watching. It has been a great night, a great story, great journey. Thank you for sharing. With that being said, don't forget to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'll see you tonight at 11:30 with Hash Queen, Hash Great, Jen Doe, tonight 11:30.